of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. So, yeah, I mean, usually I start a little bit earlier, but I've been invited for a little video conference because today is my brother's birthday. So, a little shout out to my little brother who works in from home. And yeah, without further ado, let's begin. What's waiting for us in this chapter? I believe it's called Turnabout Serenade. So probably gonna be a murder at a concert. We'll see. So I'm waiting for that. Let me check. Yes, Turnabout Serenade, episode 3. Let's rock! Now we see a band. Yeah, this probably is Gavin's band. Look, there's one of the silhouette that looks like him, and that's his music playing right there. So now we see the all the silhouette of the members. We love you! Rock on, everyone! The spot is not over yet. Get your handkerchiefs in here. That's right, baby. Then that's night. Let's just getting started. Thank you for coming to the Gaviner's Guilty as Charged tour. This ends the first part of tonight's show. There will now be a 20-minute intermission. July 7th, 8:05 p.m. Backstage hallway. We see the back of the stage. We see on your right 2 red doors, probably where the musicians are resting. On your left, there's some sort of vending machine, and there's a guitar case and a hard box where there's musical technique equipment, and there's some wire wrapped in a circle and placed on your right. There's an open door leading to an emergency staircase that's open, and we see further back in the hallway more boxes for the crew, and there's a plushie of the blue badger or the proto badger. It's not sure from that point of view. That's sitting on one of those boxes. There's something on the floor. I can't see what it is, but we're backstage. This is cool! Us at a Gaviner's concert! Huh? Did you see something? My ears are still ringing. The Gaviner's putting the sick back in music. Well, I thought Mr. Gavin was really nice, sending us those tickets at 20% off. They're hard to get a hold of, you know. When you invite people to a concert, it's usually free. Let's head on to his dressing room, Apollo. You know, like we're a couple of VIPs. I've always dreamed of being a VIP at a Gaviner's show. Trucy, you didn't know who Prosecutor Gavin was before that case. What kind of fan doesn't know the lead vocalist's name? Oh, this guy! Well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in. That was during the case at the People Park next to the noodle stand. Or later on in Felix's bedroom, hospital room at the Hickville Clinic. Clavier! What a lovely name! He's so dreamy. Yeah! But I'm a girl! I'm supposed to swoon over gods of rock! No shame! I'm 15-year-old! That's my job! I'm supposed to be like that! I cannot help it! It's my nature, you know? Yeah. God awful, maybe. I bought all their stuff on the way home from the trial. I got 12 Gaviner's albums and 15 concert videos. That was quite a bit of impulse shopping. I got an advance on my next 15 years worth of allowance. All my birthdays and Christmas Christmas presents are here! Yay! For Mr. Right, that sounds like a real act of generosity. Who would have imagined me here at a Gaviner's concert watching Prosecutor Gavin rock? Air quote. To be honest, it was kind of cool, and I'm kind of envious. Not that I'd never admit that to Trucy. Oh, July 7th, the Governor's dressing room. Alright, we see a leather jacket with a guitar, that's electric guitar that says Patrol on it. And there's policeman's bicycle helmet on one of the stool in front of the mirror of the dressing room. There's this there's two mirrors, one with some sort of lipstick that's written the logo of the band on it. Next to it, we see a police baton, a police siren, flashlight, the head of a mannequin with a police cap on it. And then we have the leather coat hangers. We see one of the hooks have a cufflink on it. And we see the other half of the torso of the mannequin with the policeman uniform with an armband that with the Governor's logo. So I believe one of the band members is a police officer. Like the lead vocalist is a prosecutor, and the lead guitar is he's a policeman, and I don't know what the drummer is, but I think there's a keyboard player at some point, but we're gonna meet them for sure. We see big leather boots that looks like cowboy boots, but they're more stylish. I see leather black gloves on the table next to a coffee and a lamp decks and tissues and a bottle of water. And I see another guitar. I believe it's a bass. It's designed like the head of a badger, but this one's red and it has sunglasses like the bad badger, but that's not the bad badger's head. Like it's another badger in the badger family. Like ugh. We cannot escape the badger head. Yeah, and we see a poster of a guy in a police suit. Maybe that's him. And there's a door that says no parking on it. It has the no parking logo on it. And I noticed there are chains on the roof as decoration. And they converge towards the central light bulb. That's a big flashy red light. But there's other like roof lights that shines that brights the room, plus the lights around the mirror where the dressing cabinet, that's where they are. So all right. Ah, you made it, Mr. Gavin. Thanks you so much for the tickets and the invoice you sent along with them. You're incredible up on stage, Mr. Gavin. Wait, are you saying that they were subpoenaed to go to the to the concert, and they were forced to pay 20% off? Oh, nothing like music to brighten the mood after a trial, yeah? And we're almost ready for our next act. I'm looking forward to it myself. Lamira's singing, right? The siren of the ballad? Oh yeah. That flyer said she flew all the way over for this show. That's right. I happened to catch her show while overseas. Her voice is divine. I knew I had to invite her to perform with us. La Miroir says Question mark. We don't see who's talking. You praise me too highly. Whoa, who's this guy? He's huge. We see a very tall guy, tall and broad. He has a very long beard, squarish. He has short brown hair. He's dressed up in black, like a black suit, white shirt, and black necktie. I don't know who that is. So who's this guy? He's huge. Allow me to introduce Mr. Roman Lettuce. Roman Lettuce. La Miroir's manager and interpreter, incidentally.
It is a great honor for us to be here. And a great honor for La Miroir to be here, heard in this country.
Oh! That's Borgonese. I remember those glyphs. Kalidu, bok, bok, kalidu, bok, bok. Click, click. That voice. I wish I could understand it. It's beautiful. Kalidu, bok, bok, click, click, dirk. Okay. Now we see a young woman in her late 20s with brown hair. She's veiled in some sort of robe with a hood that has star constellations all over it. And she's dressed all in blue. She has a blouse with a turquoise brooch shaped like a diamond, the playing card, not the real actual diamond. And she's wearing a veil on her face, and that's not the Gavin logo, but it's close. It looks like some sort of Borginese letter. So she keeps talking. She has a bit of a tan, kind of like Clavier over there. And yeah, let's continue. Click, click, dark, click, 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 dark, kalidu, kalidu, click, click, dark. Oh, it's La Miroir! I'm actually meaning La Miroir! La Miroir, mysterious songstress. Her quiet, deep song glides through the air, lilting above a sparse but elegant piano accompaniment. Now this is music. She's a real artist. Click, click, dark, kalidu, click, click, dark, bok, bok, kalidu, bok, bok, kalidu, dark, kalidu.
La Miroir says, we have long looked forward to this joint performance.
Ah, La Miroir, your voice. It is art. Click, click, dark, baligu, clack, clack. Bok, bok, click, dark, kalidu, kalidu.
Yet without his piano to guide me, it is but a voice.
Oh! Next to her is a young kid, around 16 or 17 years old. I cannot tell if it's a boy or a girl. Hit has short hair, curled. The front is curled like the head of a violin, and it's wearing a blouse. And it has a light blue choker / scarf around its neck, and yeah, I don't see. It's probably a girl. I'm gonna do a gender neutral voice just to be sure, but okay. I've seen this kid somewhere before. He plays piano at all of La Miroir's concerts. He's cute, and he's a really good pianist. Okay, it's a he. Good pianists are a dying breed, I hear.
Allow me to introduce Machitobe. He's blind.
Nice! Blind pianist, folks. Machito bye. Machito bye.
This is why he never strays far from Le Miroir. They are always together.
Machi dot dot dot. They're like characters from some fairy tale. La Miroir, so what's that word? Exotic and mysterious. She does seem quite pretty. At least her eyes do. Hers is a kind of sightseeing music. Huh? She travels the globe, putting the sights she sees into song. Even though her appearance and voice are exotic, her songs remind us of something close and warm. Sight into song? That's so poetic! She was gracious enough to put music to my lyrics tonight. The Guitar Serenade. I hope you enjoy it. Oh, I can't wait! And now it is time. For the next part, we are giving the governor's hard rock a little rest. La Miroir, the stage is yours. Cluck cluck diddy do buddy do back back do cluck do.
The band members will not play during Le Miroir's ballad. Only Machi's tender tones and Le Miroir's dulcet voice.
And my guitar, of course. Woohoo! Nights like this make it all worthwhile, you know? I should have learned to play the guitar. There's not much romance at chords of steel. Shall we hit the stage then? Good luck, Mr. Gavin! Take care of your hearts aren't stolen away, huh? Let's get back to the concert hall, Polly! And now they're back. Now we see her sing. Sugar, sugar, oh that night in your embrace. Now we see Clavier next to her playing the guitar. When you stole. Now we see Machi at the piano and stole away the keys. My heart held on to so tight. And now the stage rises. They're lifting in the sky. Pleasure, but a fleeting melody. It wraps itself around me, and now through the air I fly. Now we see her dress be underneath the robe. Whoa, and she pulls it off and she disappears. Clavier rips the hood off and she disappears. Burning on my heart fire. Burn my love away. Now the guitar's on fire. Clavier's guitar's on fire, and like a bullet of love fire, the hood is still floating, and she appears on the other side of the stage, on the tower, like a magic trick. Guitar, guitar. Up together to the sky. And Clavier seems to have problem extinguishing his guitar. He's on his knees as the guitar is on fire. I don't think that was part of the stage. Yeah, he looked quite surprised, like something wrong. Something wrong is happening. It's like, that's weird. Uh-oh. So, July 7th, 9:05 p.m., backstage hallway. Wow! Wasn't La Miroir amazing? I even cried a little. I was surprised Prosecutor Gavin actually burned his guitar. Yeah! That even surprised me, and I'm a musician! What a production! What a destruction! I don't think Prosecutor Gavin was expecting it either, oddly. He looked as surprised as I was. Is that what they call risking life and limb for art? I think he's my new hero. Alright, I'm gonna take a sip. I'm not sure I'd call that art.
Well, what are we doing here? Let's get going to Mr. Gavin's dressing room. There's 20 minutes till the last part of the show.
What, there's 3 acts in that show? Usually it's 2. Okay. Probably the second part was special guests only. Now they're gonna be back with the Gaviners. But now, I hope Gavin has a spare. How many breaks does this band need? No, back July 7, Gaviner's dressing room. Nothing has changed. What the heck was that? I never consulted about it. Sorry, Mr. Gavin, sir. I've asked the man in charge. That guy is one of the staff. I play new rock, not great balls of fire. Speaking of fire, I have a good mind to fire whoever's responsible.
He seems upset.
Apollo Justice, were you the one who tried to torch me? Hey, I didn't do it.
So much for risking your life for art.
The guitar serenade is ruined. Ruined!
Well, let's try to talk to him at least.
I'm not sure that's the best move right now. Oh yeah, he's not happy at all. That wasn't part of the plan, and yeah. The flaming guitar, alright.
You mean the guitar that wasn't part of the act?
Part of the act? Who would burn up a guitar on purpose? My friend, you don't travel out of Europe that very much, do you?
But it worked really well with the lyrics just then. Burning on my heart, fire, burn my love away, all away.
Oh. Wait, you think the audience thought it was... Sounds like he got lucky.
They probably thought it was part of the act. At least I did.
Okay, he's smiling again. He got lucky and didn't realize it. Anyway, that guitar was the Ferrari of guitars. All the speed, all the sound, and all the price. If I burned one of those at every show, I'd go broke.
Unusually frugal for a rock band.
Oh, wait. So that was Apollo. Unusually frugal for a rock band.
Try saying that to Mr. Gavin.
Acton! Today has been one disaster after another. My hog won't run, my guitar case is broken.
Daddy told me there'd be days like these.
Now La Miroir song.
Wasn't La Miroir song incredible? You worked on it too, right, Mr. Gavin?
Ah, yes, thanks. It was a collaboration. I wrote the lyrics and she wrote the melody.
You know, I was surprised she could sing in English.
I'm sure she practiced a long time for this day. Ah, here. The guitar serenade. Okay, let me see the lyrics. Sugar, sugar, oh that night in your embrace when you stole away the keys, my heart held so tight. Pleasure, pleasure, but a fleeting memory wraps itself around me, and how through the air I fly. What's this? A lyric sheet, it's yours. And now we see the other part. We see the autograph of La Miroir and Gavin. Whoa, whoa, burning on my heart, fire, burn my love away, all away. Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away, all away. Guitar, guitar. The rest is blocked by the text. Signed by myself and La Miroir. Up together.
Yippee! Thanks you so much!
All I ever get to sign are client defense agreements. Lyric sheet added to the court record. Oh. Almost time for the third act of the night.
Oh, there's more?
Oh yes, La Miroir's part is done. Now it's time for us to drop our groove again, yeah? Hope you're ready to catch it.
Woohoo! Ready, Apollo?
I think I'll pass.
Ah!
I like the bit with La Miroir, but the rest could use a volume knob turned way down.
Ah, Apollo, you're getting old.
Ah! Does 22 qualify as old to a 15-year-old? Jesus.
Well, I'm going.
Let the old folks rest backstage, y'all. Time to rock. Hey, you older than I am. Calling me an old man. You know what? I'm gonna snoop in your backstage dressing room. Just because you let me in there. Alright, examine. That police officer looks ready to rock. Some kids must see this and actually want to be cops. Somehow, I don't think it's a rocking defense attorney would rock too well. Alright, let's examine the Badger guitar. That's an odd guitar. The design is that character I saw in the hallway, but with sunglasses. What a strange mascot. It looks like he's crying. Since when was rock about crying? They shouldn't name it guy. They shouldn't name this guy Emo. So he's the Emo Badger. The Emo Badger. A police uniform. Next to it is a policeman's hat and a pair of handcuffs. One of the band members must like the police. Must be Mr. Gavin's bad influence. Huh. I thought rock and roll was all about being rebellious. Thick lettered gloves and sunglasses. Maybe I'll try this on. On second thought, no. There might be evidence for one of Prosecutor Gavin's cases. What's this? Oh! A postcard of La Miroir! It looks like the cover on an album. She sits on a chair in the middle of a garden. There's some sun rising behind a waterfall. And she's in the middle of trees, probably an orchard, and she's painting. Yes, sight singing, music, and the rest is written in Bourgeois. A postcard of La Miroir. I can't read a single word of the sentence at the bottom. Yeah, Trucy might want one of these. I'll show it to her next time we're here. Alright. Let's check here. A delicious bowl of stew made of plastic. The bottom of the bowl has a G on it. They sell these at concert? Whatever happened to t-shirts? Let's try this. No, it's still the stew. Okay. Let's try this. It's still the stew? Okay. How about this? No. Okay, there. Chains dangle from the ceiling. They aren't glamorous, but I bet Detective Skies would have them something to say about them. What about the light? No, it's still the chains. Okay. An old-fashioned speaker hangs from the ceiling. That must be to monitor what's happening out on stage. I think we had the same kind of for my school's PA system. Let's examine this. There's graffiti on the mirror in lipstick. Wait, but the Gaviners are all guys. Maybe Prosecutor Gavins wears lipstick on stage? Okay, now the other guitar. That guitar looks like it was made out of a cup car door. The guitar looks like it was made out of a cup car door. That's right. Trucy's not here to set me straight. Now I feel kind of lonely. Yeah, I'm too used to doing a comments, and then my partner would say something to say, no, that's actually a blah 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 blah, and blah 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 blah. Then punchline. But now I'm all alone, so I got no partners. I feel I feel lonely. Yeah, I think that's about it. There's nothing to do here. Let's move out. Backstage hallway. There's a thing on the floor. I want to pick it up if they let me examine this room. Oh, it's Emma Sky. Hey, it's you. That right kid. Detective Sky. I'd let that right kid business pass. Call me Emma. There's no need for titles once you share a bottle of fingerprinting powder. That's a new one. Now she's munching Choco Munchies. What's the name again? Choco what? Choco Eateries? I forgot the name already. So, Emma, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I'm snacking. You think I want to be here? Me? In charge of security in this pit? Security? Did something happen? There's not knowing with that glimmerous fop. Apparently, he's all upset because something was stolen. He wanted security back here during the concert. Where does he get off acting like he's some big rock star? He is a big rock star. Hey, you listening to me? So, where's this door here lead to? This one? That's La Miroir's dressing room. Don't even think of going in here unless you want a piece of snackoos in your face. Choco snackoos! Yeah, thank you! I was looking for that word. Is she ever in a good mood, I wonder? Yes, I can examine. I'm gonna examine the room. And she's around. That's a sandal? Is that a sandal? What's this? Some kind of headset earpiece? Oh, it's a headset earpiece. Okay, okay. Why would someone leave this in the hallway? Maybe La Miroir's bodyguard dropped it. Emma! Will you stop eating those snacks for 1 second and listen? If you think you're going to pull me away from my snacks just to hear your mumbling on and on about whatever, you're going to be sorely disappointed. At least I got her to stop munching. That was rude! What's that odd-looking doll over there? What's that odd-looking doll doing there? Oh, that's the blue badger. You see that there were paws. Munch, munch. Oh, munch. That's the blue munch badger. Could you try either talking or munching, but not both? Katonk. She hit me with a snack. Yeah, she threw one of the snackoos up his head. That went katonk. Throws me off to get him out of my way to... Yeah, she was talking while eating and she said, serves me right for going out of my way too. Polo ... Sorry, I don't speak snackoos. You know what? I'm gonna replay it again to see if I miss anything. Oh, that's the blue badger. Katonk. Serves me right for going out of my way. Yeah. Oh yeah, she's a muncher. This is La Miroir's dressing room. If you even think about going there, I'll... Bang! What was that? Bang! Was that a gunshot? Crash. Something's going on! You! Out of my way! Emma! Le miroir! Le miroir! It's not locked. I'm going in. Okay. July 7th, 9:30 p.m. La Miroir's dressing room. Alright, whoa! We see 2 bullet holes on the wall. They're pretty high up. We see luggage. We see, a bowl of complimentary fruit, a piece of watermelon eaten. There's a box on a sofa. There's some luggage. There's a big 40 inches TV. And there's some poster on the wall. And there's decoration, like the chains, but real paper decoration dangling from the ceiling. What's that awful noise? Oh, it's the concert. So what we're hearing right now is the music because they're playing live, and we can hear it from here. Whoa! Ah, it's the Miroir manager, Mr. What's his name? Latouche. Oh no! Hey, you! Me? Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? And don't touch anything. I'll be right back. What's going on? I just talked to him and now... Yeah. The second part of the dressing room, there's gifts piled on one side of the desk where the mirrors are to get makeup. There's a lot of beauty products on different bottle, lotions, gel, maybe it's shampoo, and there's air, and there's a dryer next to a big bouquet of roses. And the guy's on the floor, and there's a gun next to him, and there's blood stains next to his hands and one on his body. And the stool has been tipped over, there are coat hangers on the floor, and yeah, he's on his... the guy is falling flat on his chest, and yeah. Nobody was around. He's alive? Monsieur Deuce, can you hear me? Shot. I was shot. There's something on the floor that looks like writings, but it's been wiped. Who shot you? I don't know. Ask what? Ask witness. Witness? There was a witness? Who? Cold. Witness. You're cold? Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help is on the way. Can't see. Hang in there, Mr. Latouche. Tell me, who was the witness? The witness is Siren. Siren? How can a siren witness anything? And he closes his eyes. And... Mr. Latouche! Yikes! Emma? What was that? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? Huh? No? I could have sworn I heard the door close. The concert's been cancelled. Backup's on its way. It's Mr. Latouche.
He's dead, isn't he? That's terrible.
I lost him. Roman Letus. Shot. And I heard his last words. The witness is the siren. Whatever that means. July 7, backstage hallway. Sorry. Oh. We see a guy. He has a big pompadour hairdo that's shaped like a bullet. The front is all black. He seems to be wearing some sort of... he's wearing a onesie, but it's not like a pajama, but like one suit. And there's a zipper, and the mouth of the suit looks like he's been swallowed by a shark, which is weird. Okay, I'm gonna give him a rock star voice. The venue was locked down. We took names and addresses before letting the crowd go. Good work, Darian. I'll let you know if I find out anything about the victim. Later. It's investigation time. Yeah, Fräulein Detective? I don't need some rock and roll prosecutor to tell me that. One request I must make. Tell no one on staff or otherwise anything of this.
Oh, a gag order!
No word gets out other than that Mr. Letus is dead. No word of the cause of death or of the murder. Tell no one. Not even Le Miroir. Not even her. We must keep everything under wraps. Oh, one other thing. I'll need your signature on this, forehead. Yours too, Fräulein. On that? An investigation request?
Why just us?
You two are civilians. It's standard procedure. That should be okay to sign, I think. Signed prosecutors Gavin, investigation request. Okay. Now the investigation request is an our court record. Right. Well, get started with the investigation. I'm on it already. Ah, and one tip for you. Huh? Me? Try not to get into Fräulein's detective's way. She's in a foul mood today. Gee, I wonder why. We were all questioned as witnesses. And now, none of us can go home. Oh, we'll investigate it, alright, are we?
Somehow, I don't see us getting back to that crime scene anytime soon.
I still can't believe I was there when it happened. Not an experience I'd care to repeat anytime soon.
This is no time for navel gazing. Let's crack this case.
I worry about Trucy. She seems to have a very loose idea what it means to be an attorney. Of course, that's not surprising considering who her father is.
Something the matter?
No. Let's get cracking. I'm the only one who was there. The only one who heard Mr. Letus's last words. The witness is siren. First order of business is to find out what he meant by siren. Okay. Now I'm gonna examine this door. I haven't checked yet. That's the governor's dressing room. The crime scene was Le Miroir's dressing room. Next door.
Never know where clues might be hiding, Apollo. Let's case this joint.
After you, you true CPI. Here comes the poster. A concert poster for the Guilty as Charged tour.
I love that name, Guilty as Charged.
Seems kind of negative to me.
Well, why don't we do the opposite? Magician Trucy presents the Innocent as Charged tour.
It kind of loses its impact, doesn't it? Examine the vending machine.
I'm thirsty, Apollo.
Want something to drink?
How about this one? A Steel Samurai Soda.
Now with real steel flavor.
Huh?
Here, my treat.
Hey, this is enough change.
The machines outside are cheaper. This one is highway robbery. This is still the poster. Here's the guitar case. Looks like an instrument case. A big instrument case.
There's a great magic trick you can do with one of these.
Huh? What kind?
The miraculous beautiful girl escape the case illusion.
So it's the girl who's miraculous, not the escape.
So picky.
Oh, okay, I thought I was pointing at the guitar case, but it was the mallet. The instrument case was the mallet. And yes, you can do a magic trick with these. Those mallets. Like the girls get into the mallet and then, yep, and she's gone. But it's not the escape that's miraculous, it's the beautiful girl. And it has badger stickers on it. Alright. Can we move anywhere? Oh, we can go to the stage. We've never been there before. What happened? It's all in shambles. Something broke in the wings. July 7th.
The stage looks empty.
I was hoping to get a chance to talk to Prosecutor Gavin.
Oh well, nothing to do but go to the crime scene, I guess.
I guess. We're gonna explore this shit. What do you take me for? Look, a ladder. I guess they need one to work on the lights and such.
Why don't they use a stepladder? I prefer stepladders, really. Is that so wrong?
Not wrong, just, well, why do you prefer stepladders?
They're so much more flexible than plain old ladders. I prefer my ladders rigid and stable, thank you.
I prefer my ladders rigid and stable, thank you. Now that's a big instrument case.
That's a case for contrabass, I think.
You could fit 20 violins in there, I bet. It is indeed a contrabass case.
It may look like a violin, but it's a completely different instrument.
You could fit 5 Trucies in there, I bet.
Hey! Are you comparing me to an instrument? I wonder who left it sitting open like that.
I can select this.
What a big stage! It's on a whole other scale than the Wonder Bar.
The lights were so bright I couldn't see the whole first part of the concert.
I'd love to do my act on a stage like this someday.
Just hold back on the lights for my eyes' sake, please.
You'll be too blinded by my magic to worry about lights.
You probably don't want to blind the people if you plan on showing them magic. He's got a point. Alright, this is the drum set. Still the big stage. Oh, man. Yeah, like the scaffolding on top of the stage where the drum is has been bent over and is about to fall anytime soon. There's the grand piano here. It's still there, hasn't moved.
Wow, that piano looks so much better close up. Machi plays so beautifully.
Yeah, like a real pianist.
That's just silly, Apollo. How can you call someone as good as Machi a pianist? Why, that's like throwing him in the same class as Daddy!
Good thing Mr. Wright didn't hear that one. Look at all these electronic devices. I'm guessing they have something to do with sound.
Why, guess what we can fiddle? Let's see here.
Don't touch that!
A healthy curiosity is the key to a good investigation. When in doubt, fiddle. That's what Daddy always says.
They should require parental testing, clearly. Let's see the wall over there. Oh, it's still the big stage. Wow. That wall is still part of the stage. Okay. There's nothing for us here. Let's move! Back to backstage. Yeah. Okay, let's examine. We're gonna examine the earpiece again, just to be sure.
What's that? It looks like some kind of future phone.
Not a phone, a transceiver. It's called a headset.
What's a headset doing on the floor? Wait, do you think Mr. Tooth might have been wearing it? Like one of those bodyguards?
I don't think he was wearing one when we first met. The LED on this thing is lit. It must be on.
That's the Blue Badger, the police mascot.
Does the Blue Badger have something to do with the band?
Well, yeah. The Blue Badger is the governor's mascot too.
Go figure.
I heard those things fly off the shelves.
I'll have to take a closer look at one someday. Alright. I think I've seen everything. The Miroir's dressing room.
The scene of the crime.
We're not supposed to go in there.
But aren't we involved? Aren't we duty bound to investigate?
Sadly, no. Though the situation being what it is, now may be our best chance to do some snooping. Alright. Let's see. La Miroir's dressing room. Can we move in? We can get in? That's all. I thought the investigation was still going on. Yeah, Emma's here.
Oh, it's you. I figured you'd come.
You have to let us investigate the scene, please.
Your attorneys know. Shouldn't you wait until you have a client?
The Tooth did tell me to ask the witness the siren. With his dying breath, no less. Doesn't that count?
Glare at me all you want. You'll get no snacks from me.
Please?
Take a pour la miroir.
Oh well, I suppose. You didn't find the body with me. Great, let's go get it.
Right.
Just try not to touch anything.
She's letting us look, and she's not munching her snacks.
This bodes well. There are clues here. I can feel it. Leave no hangers unhung, no spot unspotted. Alright. The TV.
Apollo! Look at that thing, it's huge! That's a TV!
Yeah, wide flat screen TV. I want one of those.
You've been wanting for a long time on your salary, Junior. Wait till you're as famous as Mr. Wright was, then dream. I don't think Daddy was ever rich, even when he was in love.
Greg, just stomp on my dreams, why don't you?
Oh, what a pretty brooch! Oh, Emma?
You're not going to say, can I have it please, are you?
Oh!
Look, you may be a cute little girl, 15. But that doesn't get you any special treatment with me.
Oh.
It's not healthy to envy the young, Emma.
It's not about envy. It's about tampering with evidence.
Yeah, this is La Miroir's brooch. Note to self, Emma lacks a sense of humor. Use caution.
You need to learn to respect your elders a little.
Something seems so familiar with that brooch. Brooch added to the court record. Okay, let's expect this.
Are these bullet holes?
Looks like it. There are 2 here in the wall.
From the look of it, the victim was shot once in the shoulder. The first shot must have missed. But there are 2 holes. Wouldn't that mean 2 misses? The murder weapon is a 45 caliber revolver. It's very powerful. I believe what we're seeing here is the mark left by the second bullet after it passed through his shoulder. Ouch! Sounds painful!
No kidding, I wonder about the murder weapon. Another ladder.
Actually, it's technically a stepladder.
Well, hello, Miss Fancy Pants. Please forgive my lack of ladder discrimination. ...
I'm less worried about the stepladder and more worried about why it's there.
Why is the ladder there? Well, to climb, right? To reach something on the ceiling? ... True see?
I still say it's the stepladder.
I'm gonna examine this again. That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder.
Ah, that's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphone. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up.
Yes, I seem to recall it being loud and vaguely musical. It made it hard to hear Mr. Letoux's last word.
Sorry?
Okay, here's a poster. What's this poster?
Let's see. This summer, a Legos production of Case Closed.
It's funny now because there's a YouTube channel called Lego. And I don't think he's the kind who would produce an episode of Case Closed. He would be the kind to see if the lawyering in this episode is any accurate compared to real life lawyer. He did it with Phoenix Wright, and let's just say he did not have a passing grade. Because, wait, the trial is happening 3 days after the murder? And they have 3 days to get a guilty verdict or non-guilty verdict? And the defense doesn't have all the information at hand? It's like, what?
Looks like a poster for a different show.
One I wouldn't mind seeing real soon. Okay, what about this one? There's an Avatar Gaviner's poster here.
I'm just sick of seeing those personally. Maybe I'll turn it down. Aha!
No tampering with the crime scene, Emma.
Maybe there's something else I can tear to shreds.
Don't look at me. Okay, there's a ice bucket with a bottle of wine inside.
Oh, Apollo, can I eat some of those, please? Absolutely not. I know. But still, I yearn. Look, you're not the only one eyeing that food here. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's eat! Right.
Whoa, stop it! Are you too crazy? Emma, you of all people should know better.
But she tempted me. She's a temptress.
Please grow up. Okay, because there was a fruit basket next to it. The complimentary fruit basket that she had. And they were eyeing that. I'm hungry. Okay. Let's swipe right. Now we're gonna check the guitar case. Seeing this mirror lined up like this makes me think I'm really in the dressing room.
You are in the dressing room. This must be makeup. I've never heard of most of these brands. Maybe they're Borginian? Well, I haven't got a clue, and I doubt those are.
What? I accidentally pressed on the same thing. I wanted to check the gun. Let's see. This is the murder weapon, isn't it? This revolver?
That's right. A big 45 caliber revolver.
Wow! I wonder who brought this in here. I thought only police were allowed to have one of those.
Why are you giving me that look? I didn't do it.
I didn't.
Listen, I was out in the hall eating snack cookies when it happened. Like so. Tom, 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 tom.
I know! No one here thinks you did it, Emma!
It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo.
Hey, what have I done?
Wait, if the killer brought a revolver, it must mean they had planned this from the start. That's right?
Revolver added to the court record. Okay, let's see. This is one of those things, right? At the barber's?
Ah, a permanent dryer. Want me to curl those bangs of yours?
No thanks.
Better not mess with his hair, Emma.
Pointy bangs? Pointy bangs, like Apollo Justice style.
It's part of his identity, you know.
That's it, there. Same thing. Let's see the flowers. What an amazing bouquet! It's giant.
Not sure I approve. It'd be better if this flower was a bit more... Oh!
Eek! The flower fell off!
What happened to preserving the crime scene, Emma?
It's fine. I'll just put it back, see?
How scientific. Have you examined the gifts? Look at all these presents! La Miroir sure is popular.
Oh, I wonder what's inside. We can't open them, can we?
Probably not a good idea. You never know what you might find in one of these boxes. Bombs, razor, ransom note. It could be anything.
Trucy is shocked. ...
I'm never having a birthday party again!
Okay. Okay, this is the same tough stuff.
That's a body, isn't it?
Sure is. The victim, no less. Let's take a closer look.
Hey! Go ahead, Apollo. You first.
Me? No, you should go first, Lucy. Really? Will you two stop bickering and get over there?
She's munching on snack foods again. I think she's not too annoyed. Hope she's not too annoyed. Alright, so we're seeing the dead scene again. I'm gonna check the smear on next to his right hand.
Eek, is that blood? Why don't you examine this one, Apollo? You know more about the rat stuff than I do. Yep.
Says who? Something is strange about this blood, though. Is that what it looks like? Yeah, it looks like something is written, but it's been wiped. Alright. Let's check his hand. Hey! Oh, it's the same thing. It's blood, blah blah blah. I'm gonna check, he has a closed left fist.
Apollo, look at his hand.
He's holding something. Hey, no touching! You can throw all the snacks you can throw all the snacks at me you'd like, Emma. But sooner or later, you're going to run out of them.
You raise a good point. I'm a bit intrigued by this scene. Let's take a look.
Ah, see there? He's holding something.
What's this? A keyring? Yeah, we see a heart-shaped keyring, and there's 3 keys attached next to it. One shaped like a guitar, one shaped like a finger, and one shaped like my old bicycle locker key.
You think it might belong to the killer?
Certainly a possibility.
What an unusual keyring, and what unusual keys. This could be a vital clue. Keyring added to the court record. Okay, I'm gonna check his head. Ah, it's still the ink, it's blood. Alright. So I'm gonna check his shoulder wound. No, nothing. Be right back. I think I yawned too much. I'm gonna take a little wake up, and then I'll come back in a moment. Just won't take long. Alright, I'm back. I forgot how bad they taste. But, hey, they do the trick. Alright, I'm gonna take another sip. This is clenched fist. There's nothing on the ordinary. This is blood. This is blood. No clues here. Okay, I'm gonna check my evidence so far. Investigation request. Information concerning the crime to be restricted to police and related parties. Investigation request. To ensure the efficiency and secrecy of our investigation, the bearer is hereby ordered to speak to no one outside the investigation concerning any details of the case. Signed, the District Police Chief, whose name is probably Sullivan Flanagan. Now we got a brooch. We can inspect that. There's nothing out of the ordinary. A sort of pin fastener for attaching things to clothes. Not a safety pin type though.
So if it's not a safety pin, is it a danger pin?
I suppose if you stuck it in your eye, then yeah, sure. But you could do that with a safety pin too, for that matter.
Thanks for taking the fun out of my danger pin.
Ah, you're driving a danger pin through my heart here. Okay, let's examine the revolver. Zoom. The middle of the weapon is a revolving chamber. That's where you load the bullets. A revolver, see?
Revolver. That sounds a bit like Wonderbar. Especially as you say it real fast.
I guess. Revolver.
You know what I always used to think? I used to think the closest sound to Wonderbar was one lever. There's just so many words in the world, Apollo. Isn't it amazing? ...
So many different words, so many different people. People like Trucy. Alright, let's check the keyring. The Monsieur Le Douze died clutching this. The one that's flat doesn't have any teeth, but something is written on it I cannot see. One of them is guitar shaped. They want us to examine the guitar shaped key. There are 3 keys on this heart-shaped keyring. This middle key is shaped like a guitar.
I get it. It must be the key to a guitar case.
A guitar case key. I'll bet I know who this belongs to. Yeah, the keychain strap is purple, the same as Gavin's suit. It couldn't match him. Alright, this is what I got so far. Okay, we're gonna talk about the victim. Mr. Romain Letouce, wasn't it? He was Lamiroir's manager and an interpreter, apparently. This was his first time in the country.
So I'm guessing he didn't know many people here.
It doesn't seem likely. Nor can I think of anyone with a motive to murder him. Except for one person, of course.
One person? Who?
Lamiroir. No one here might have a motive, but she's from.
What are you talking about?
Hey, it was Emma's idea. I said nothing. Always with the snacks.
He's a big man, or was. I don't think even I would win in a fight with him.
Which is why whoever it was used a revolver, I'm guessing.
We've sent a request for the Borgian embassy for more info on him.
Alright. Let's talk about the crime.
Well, you and I know anyone about the crime. Well, you and I know more about the crime than anyone.
You do?
Well, that's true. It was us who found the body.
What? I guess that's what I missed for watching the concert.
Hey, I wish I was watching the concert. Anything would be better than this.
Well, you know the crime took place during the concert. And when we heard the shot and entered the room,
The killer was already gone.
What? But that doesn't make sense. You came in when you heard the shot and no one was here? How did they leave the room?
That window is a little too small, isn't it? Yeah, that's not a window. That's like an air vent. The mystery of the disappearing killer. I'm gonna present what I found. The brooch.
Sorry, I can't comment on anything not scientifically relevant.
Puts goggles on.
I'm a forensic scientist after all.
Self-styled one at least. Okay, here comes a revolver. So this is a murder weapon? This revolver is incredibly heavy.
It's been fired twice. You can still smell the gunpowder.
That's odd.
What's on? Oh, nothing.
Hey, no fair, tell us!
Well, it's just something about this revolver seems strange.
Strange. I'm gonna check the keyring. No, she doesn't say anything. No, but I got new dialogue with her. The murder weapon.
What do you think about this revolver?
Well, it's pretty big and heavy.
That's right. It's a .45 caliber. That makes it one of the deadliest revolvers around. Even the police don't carry guns this big.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You don't need so much power to kill at some close range. It's overkill.
I'm not sure I see the problem. I mean, whenever I go out to eat curry, I order it extra spicy just to be sure it's spicy. Of course, I can only ever eat 1 or 2 bites.
And that's not a problem.
There's another thing about gun this big. It puts a lot of strain on the shooter.
Strain?
Yeah, say if you were to fire this revolver, the recoil would probably dislocate your shoulder.
Ouch! It's like the shooter's a victim too!
Yet the killer used this revolver and quite well. I'm guessing whoever did it was used to shooting.
Used to shooting a high caliber weapon. Like another cop, maybe?
Well, that's about it. I think we've looked at just about everything there is.
I guess you're right.
I know how you're feeling. It's hard to know when to stop. But anything more involved as wait until the squad gets here.
I suppose.
I'll go report the evidence. Sorry, but could you wait here until I get back?
Huh? Oh, actually, we have to...
Great, thanks.
She left.
What do we do, Apollo? She told us to wait.
Great. Now am I supposed to investigate?
Oh well, I guess it can be helped. Let's go!
Go?
Time's wasting, Apollo! We've got a lot of ground to cover!
Well, that's true, but... On second thought, why not? I'm sure everything will be fine.
Of course it will. Let's go!
Okay. Backstage all the way. What's this? Eek! Who's there? We see a magician? Well, he's gone. We
didn't just imagine that, did we?
He had a silk top hat, the same shape as Trucy's. He has a yellow silk cape, the same design as Trucy. And he just came and gone and went by. I didn't have time to give you a proper description, but he has long hair and a mustache. And I'm pretty sure that that's Trucy's idol. He was wearing a silk hat, friend of yours.
Hardly.
Whoever that was, he sure looks suspicious. Let's go to the Governor's dressing room. There's stuff to do there, alright.
Looks like nobody's here.
Prosecutor Gavin's probably busy with the case too.
No rest
for the wicked.
No rest for us either, Apollo. Let's get rockin'! Rock!
Yeah, alright. We're gonna show her the postcard.
Look! It's a postcard of La Miroir!
What are these letters at the bottom? I've never seen this before.
Must be our native tongue, Borginese.
Borginese, huh? Postcard added to the court record. Oh, okay. Those could have... I found them before it was relevant to find them. That's why I have to wait until the truth is with you.
Oh! A cruiser guitar! They sold those to commemorate 5 years on the band.
Rocking it hard under the speed limit.
There's a cruiser bass and a cruiser drum set and a cruiser keyboard. Even a cruiser whistle.
I'm not sure about that last one.
It's for blowing the whistle on criminals.
I don't think that requires an actual whistle, Trucy. Oh yeah, just realized. Alright, let's examine the emo guitar again.
That guitar! That's the legendary AA-400, the Red Badger!
I thought rock was supposed to be rebellious, not civic.
Every aspiring guitarist wants one of these. They even paint their own guitars to look like it.
Ah, the fickleness of youth.
You should dye your head, bite your hair.
Oh wait, I mispronounced 2 words. I was about to say you should dye your red badger hair.
You should dye your hair badger red too.
I like my hair the way it is, thank you very much.
Ah, you're just stubborn, you're savage.
She's getting back at me. Why? What's the police recruitment poster doing here? Rock on with the police.
Maybe they're trying to trick kids into thinking the police are some kind of band?
But that's just silly. Who would name a band the police? I don't know. Ask the guy who named himself Sting. A police uniform hangs on the stand here.
Oh, I want to try it on. Nothing to see here. Move along.
It's okay, you don't have to go that far to be special. I mean, you're not exactly the type who's just another face in the crowd.
Really? You think so? I guess you're right.
Now I feel like a meanie for making that insinuation. That speaker looked familiar.
Oh?
Yeah, like the one for the PA system back in school.
Oh, we have one of those in my classroom too.
That's right. She's still in junior high. I feel old. Someone drew the governor's mark with lipstick here.
Lipstick. I'd like to wear lipstick someday.
Oh, you don't use lipstick yet, Trucy?
Daddy won't let me. Not until I learn to play piano, he says.
You'll be waiting a long time then, I'm afraid. Oh, it's still the thing with the cruiser guitar. Alright. Why is that a plastic bowl of stew singing there?
Maybe they use it for interrogating bad guys. Fess up to what you did and we'll let you eat that stew.
That's just mean.
Gets worse. See if the bad guy confess. They say, okay, now eat it if you can. See, it's made of plastic. Ha ha ha! It's like you don't know which one are the real bad guys.
I think you need to take a deep breath, Trucy. I'm gonna check the leather gloves. Those are some pretty heavy-duty gloves. Maybe you have to carry around hot pots or something.
They are a little thick. I couldn't even stuff a pigeon in those.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Somehow. Alright. The place is decorated like a high school dance. Though I think our decoration were paper, not chains.
The governors aren't the chains. It's part of the image.
No kidding.
Ever since they used chains on the cover art for Gonna Lock You Up.
Gonna with a U. And U with a single letter.
They're really into the whole police thing, aren't they? It'd be cooler if they turned that red light on.
They don't have to turn on the red light. Ah! Because they're the police.
They don't have to turn on the red light. Roxanne, you don't have to put on the red light. Roxanne, Roxanne, Roxanne.
Okay, let's get out. Nothing to see here. Back on the stage. Yep. Now there's stuff to do on the stage. In the wings. What is this with today? Problem after problem, Octone. You ain't kidding.
Oh, it's the two leading member of the Governors, Apollo. Clavier on vocals and Darian on guitar. They're so cool.
I have a hard time thinking of Clavier as anything but a prosecutor, honestly.
Huh? What are they arguing about?
Probably the case, I'd bet. My hog won't start, my guitar case is busted, my guitar's been burned to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead! And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? Hey man, don't blame me. You were the ones who missed the cue. Me? Miss a cue? How could I conceivably get the most important part of that song wrong? How? And what was that all that teeny playing of yours? Who you calling teeny?
Sounds like they're having a spat. One of those differences is musical direction bands are always splitting up over.
This is hardly the time. What are you two doing here? Hi? We were just discussing the investigation, if you don't mind. Sorry, wait, you were what? Listen, you need to confirm that with the Republic of Virginia, Detective Crescent. Right. Anything else? What did you just call him? Detective? Ah, greetings. swishes long hair. Phoom. Darien Crescent, Criminal Affairs Division 3. Hello. Criminal Affairs? Yeah, his hairs are very long. He has a very long pompadour. Like, almost as long as Mondo from Danganronpa. And it's shaped like a bullet. And the tip is white, and all the rest is black.
You really don't know anything about the Governors, do you?
Something tells me that's about to be remedied. Alright. The case? About the crime. Which crime do you mean? The murder. The murder! What else? Oh, that. For me, today has been a hit parade of crimes, you see.
Prosecutor Gavin was singing the blues earlier, wasn't he? Something about his hog and his guitar case.
Anyway, I'm afraid you know more about the killing of Mr. Latouche than I do. For now, at least. Huh? You were the one who found the body, huh? Well, we were in the middle of a performance, no less.
Aren't you going to examine the crime scene, Prosecutor Gavin?
I'll leave that to Fraulein Detective, who wouldn't want to step on her toes.
They're not exactly best buddies, are they? Emma and Prosecutor Gavin, I mean.
Well, what to do next? We already checked out the scene. Prosecutor Gavin may be right. We might be the most informed for once.
Maybe Prosecutor Gavin can shed some light on things we found.
Okay. We're gonna talk about the Governors.
I don't believe you, Apollo. How can you come to this concert and not know about the Governor?
It's not surprising. Why, even our ancestors knew nothing of America's existence but once. I know America exists.
The Governors aren't just an average rock band, Apollo. Each member is connected to the police somehow.
The police with a capital P? Like Sting and...
No, the real police. By day they pack heat, but by night they heat up the stage. By day those lips interrogate, by night they sing songs of unrequited passion.
Okay.
They debuted 7 years ago with 13 years Hard Time for Love. They came love with no chance of parole, and my boyfriend is the prosecution's witness.
My God, where they came up with those names?
The list of it goes on and on.
This here's my right-hand man, Darien Crescent. I make the melodies and he attacks them with his guitar. He's a bit of a rogue, really. This guy's a bit of a perfectionist. When a performance goes the least bit wrong, he goes into this funk, just like today. I would hope murder would be a bit more off-putting than a ruined concert. The concert today, a disaster. I'll get to the bottom of this, and well, we'll see who's Mr. Q.
The Miss Q, they were arguing about that before.
Great, I love nothing more than questioning tormented artists, you know? Yeah, now the Miss Q is on.
What's this Miss Q you keep talking about?
Uh-huh, you heard it, didn't you, from the audience?
Actually, I didn't notice anything.
See? No amateur is going to pick up on that. Can you guarantee an entire audience of amateur? No! Now take a listen to this.
What's that?
A mixing board. We used this to record our concert tonight. Aren't we supposed to be investigating a murder?
Well, we come this far, might as well go all the way. I've always wanted to learn more about the recording industry.
Guilty love. This is but one of the devices used in recording. We're a 5-part band. Yeah, something feels off. At the last part, it's like, yeah, someone missed the cue, alright? This lets us record each member's performance separately. You use the sliders to adjust the volume for each part. Check it out. This is number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Number 1, 2, with 3, with 4, and with 5. I think it's number 2 that's off.
Wow, neat!
So
Could you say here only the drum part?
of course, that's how we'll find the criminal guilty of the missing cue tonight. I'm more concerned with the other criminal, the one who kills people. You want help on the case? Then help me with mine. I guess rock and roll comes before prosecuting. Let's begin. First, we bring up the part of the performance in question. You simply choose the section of the song you wish to hear on the bottommost bar. Okay, there's 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Like so. There it is. Now listen.
Was something wrong?
You couldn't hear it? Listen again, closely.
The timing is a little off, isn't it?
You see? There, right at the most important part. Yeah, it's like da 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 da. And even an amateur can hear it. An amateur with a mixing board, maybe. You're missing the point. We'll never stamp out crime until we're perfect. Perfect! Here he goes again. Right, amateur, you will prove my point. Me? You will find the miscue. You will tell us which instrument, which part is the guilty party. But how? Did I just not explain it? Use these sliders to adjust the volume for each part. Then you will find the part that hopelessly bungles the cue. You'll find it with your untrained amateur ears.
Nothing to do but try, Apollo.
Yes. I'll admit this looks kind of fun. First, a quick review. Use the slider to adjust volumes. Press the section of the song you wish to hear on the bottom bar. Sliders in the bar, got it. Once you found the guilty part, press the corresponding number. Time to rock! Locate the miscue. Alright, I'm gonna play number 1. Yep. Number 1. This must be Clavier. And number 2 must be Darian. Oh yeah, that's him. That's him. But we're gonna check the others. Number 3. That's the bass. Oh no, that one's fine. Number 4, that must be the drum. Oh, the keyboard. This must be the drum. Number 5. Alright. So, this is the innocent party part. Feels right, eh? But when we add the one. I'm gonna replay it, but lower the volume. Doop, 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 doop. Present number 2. This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar. Oh! It was you, Darian. Huh. Oh, well, looks like the cat's out of the bag. Well, that's all you have to say. That kind of attitude lets Killer walks free, Darian. Here they go again. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to ask about the concert. It's starting to feel like we're just wasting time.
It's all experience under our belts. That can't be bad.
Mixing board added to the core record. I like that part of the game. That was nice. Sorry. Here you go. I'm gonna save. Just sometimes saving adjust the sound or makes it worse. But right now, okay. I still can't get over the style of that song. Guilty Love. Okay, so we're gonna present this brooch. Sorry, but I'm not in the mood to talk about that right now. Even I can only take so much in one day. Funny, I always thought one of the Prosecutor Gavin as one of those cool stoic types. The sort that never complains. How wrong I was. Alright. The gun. No, same thing. The key. These are you keys, right? I was wondering if you knew anything about this. Does this look familiar? Familiar? It's mine. That's my keyring. I've been looking all over for it.
What? This is yours, Mr. Gavin?
I knew it.
Apollo! How can you make it that I knew it face? This is the keyring that was...
Yeah, I know. Thanks anyway. So, where did you find it? Actually, the victim was holding it. Like he was trying to keep it from the killer, even if it means his life. What? The victim? You mean Mr. Latouze had my keys? Indeed. When would my trials be over?
Speaking of trials, I've never heard Mr. Gavin whine in court like he has been today.
If I was right about the fop, I'll give her that.
Apollo! Mr. Gavin, maybe we can help. Tell us about your troubles today.
I really don't think that's...
Tell us! And we'll keep mum about the keyring for now.
Are you blackmailing me, Fräulein? Alright, let's see if this bring anything. Yeah, Gavin's trouble. You were saying something about your motorcycle not starting.
And something about your guitar case being busted.
You're well informed.
You mentioned it a few times.
It all happened this morning. It's all this keyring's fault. The keyring has got all my keys on it, yeah? My bike key, my car key, and the key to my guitar case.
Wait, so this keyring?
It disappeared. I thought I'd put it in my jacket pocket. Prosecutor Gavin's key disappeared. I had to come into concert by taxi. How embarrassing. And in order to get my guitar out, I had to break the lock. Wait, this guitar wasn't the one that... the very one. Up in flames. Ah, and right on stage too.
I actually thought it was part of the show.
Crazy. And to top it off, Mr. Latou's life was taken. Nobody told me about days like these. Strange days indeed. You think? What's wrong, Trucy?
Well, I was just trying to make sense of everything. First, this heart-shaped key gets stolen. Then, a very expensive guitar flares up on stage. Then, Mr. Latou's die.
Yes, and?
Could it all really be just a coincidence?
Coincidence? Meaning? Darian, can you make any sense of all this?
Hey, don't look at me.
What do you think, Apollo?
Huh?
I mean, either Mr. Gavin's having a real bad day, or all this was planned.
You aren't thinking what I think you're thinking. Are you, Fräulein?
I am!
What? What? Hey, don't leave me in the dark with Spike here.
The name's Apollo, but yeah, I agree. Don't leave us in the dark. What are you talking about?
Haven't you noticed a connection, Apollo? A curious connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles today?
Well, they're all having something in common about the stage. Someone stole their keys, so Gavin couldn't play, but he managed to get by taxi and bust open his guitar, and then his guitar burned into flames, and then he was killed. But in the end, then gave up the locker key. Oh yeah, I have noticed. You know, something was bugging me too. That keyring and the guitar and the body.
Slow down there, Polly. You look a wee bit dizzy.
He's bluffing. He hasn't figured it out. Fess up if you're a man. You're as clueless as I am.
Huh? No. Give our four of them a chance. Let's see your evidence of the connection, shall we? Evidence? I better think of something pronto.
Come on. Let's see it. What's the connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles?
What are we gonna say? The new song. Is this, isn't it?
The lyric sheet, the guitar serenade, what's that got to do with anything?
It has everything to do with everything. Though I wouldn't have believed it if the Fräulein hadn't pointed out.
What are you guys talking about? Enough with the riddles.
When he's standing like that, he really looks like a shark. Maybe it is a coincidence, or perhaps it means something. Don't you think, Fräulein?
I do. Everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin today is predicted in the lyrics to the song.
Oh!
What? No way!
Oh, I haven't noticed that. I just throw it out for fun. Oh, that night in your embrace when you stole away the keys, my heart fell on so tight. Pleasure, but a fleeting memory, it wraps itself around me, and now I fly through the air. Through the air I fly. That was part of the lyrics, yeah, that's true. And then, whoa, whoa, burning on my heart, fire, burn my love away, all away. Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away, all away. Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky. The song's prediction.
Look, just think about everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin. Let's list them in the order that they occur. While reading this lyric sheet.
First, the keyring was stolen.
And not just any keyring, a heart-shaped keyring.
That's right here. When you stole away the keys, my heart held on to so tight. This is a heart holding keys.
And next, his guitar burst into flame.
Burning on my heart, fire burned my love away.
And then Mr. Latus was killed.
Like a bullet of love, fire take my life away.
But
that's crazy.
yeah, no kidding.
So everything that happened today here, this song predicted it all? Or perhaps it was the other way around. Huh? The criminal could have based his crimes on the lyrics. But who would go through all that trouble? Someone who moves in mysterious ways, no doubt. I believe you stumbled upon something quite vital and quite annoying for a line. Hello, Alex! How are you going? How are you doing? It's been a while. I was wondering if you were ever going to show up. Thank you very much for coming. Have you caught up with all the previous Apollo Justice yet? Because we're on part 3. We're still at day 1 of the investigation, and we're at Mr. Gavin's concert, and there's been a murder in the dressing room next to his. Because the concert, a 3-part concert. There was them playing first, then there was a special guest from Virginia. A singer from Virginia. Remember Virginia? From Miles Edward? I remember the Windings character, so I decided to make her play like that. And the girl is named La Miroir. And she's like a songstress, and she puts... she likes to put words into sounds. And she's accompanied by a pianist who is also blind. Well, La Miroir is not blind, but she likes she's a poet, and she has a beautiful voice. And it says like her art is only half it's like her song is half the art. The music is the other half, like the music of the piano. Because she composed music too, but she doesn't play it. I'm trying to remember. The pianist is a young boy named Machi. I'll see if it's in the profiles. Yeah, he is. Machi Tobai. He's 14 years old and he's a prodigy. La Miroir's favorite pianist, and he's blind. And La Miroir is 40 years old, but she looked not a day over 30. And she's lauded as the siren of the ballad from the tiny country of Virginia. And we're talking to the members of the Gaviners. There's Gavin, who's playing main guitar, and there's Darian Crescent, who's playing second guitar, but he's also a detective in Criminal Affairs Division 3. Like all the members of the band are during the day have jobs related to the police work. Like their day job is being police officer, and by night they're musician. And right now we just played a music puzzle. Can we play it again? Because the mixing board is part of the the music board is part of the evidence. And now we're on there's a mixing board with 5 tracks, and we had to guess who missed the cue. So listen to this. You heard that, didn't you? Somebody missed his cue. Well, you can isolate the instruments one at a time. Like, this is a first guitar. I'm gonna give you the bass. The keyboard. The drum. And we found that the culprit was the second guitar. Listen to this. Pretty cool, huh? All right. She looks pleased. The lyrics predicting the crime, Clavier. Seems a bit more than just a coincidence to me. I have to agree. The keyring, the guitar, and the murder. The keyring might have been dropped by accident. Yet the victim was holding it. Hard to think that it was unconnected. That's true. Prosecutor Gavin's as calm as collected as ever.
So the criminal matched their actions to the lyrics?
That sounds likely. Why would anyone do that? While we think about that, I'm going to get cracking on the biggest crime here. I'm going to talk to the Borgigian embassy about this Mr. Latouche. Yeah, the La Miroir's manager, Roman Latouche. Yeah, that's the pun. Roman Latouche. Lettuce. He's the one who's been shot. And he's been shot by there's been two shots made from a .45 caliber revolver. The first shot missed. Second one hit the shoulder, but he went through him and he hit the wall a little bit lower. And when we found him, he was still alive, and his last word was, "Ask the witness, ask the siren." And yeah. So here's the thing. La Miroir doesn't speak English. And her only translator was the victim. So she can sing in English, but I'm pretty sure that she repeated, she rehearsed it like a parrot. She has a good idea what she was singing about, but I don't think like she's fluent in English to answer our question, especially about a murder. And we haven't heard Machi talk, so we don't even know if Machi can speak English too. So our witness cannot help. And for the first time, we know more about the murder than everyone else because we found the body. And the prosecutor is like, okay, right now you know more than me, but wait until tomorrow. I will know as much as you, and maybe even more, yeah? Alright. Oh, alright, thanks, Darian. I'll leave the pondering of the mysteries to you. I'm out of here. A foreign national, Mr. Latouche, was killed. It seems like that would be the point of all this. But they did more than that. They left us with not only a murder, but a mystery. Mr. Gavin sure is irritable today.
Mr. Gavin sure is irritable today.
maybe this is the real Prosecutor Gavin we don't get to see in the courtroom. I've had enough, frankly. If you find any more mysteries, do me a favor and keep them to yourself, yeah? Yeah. I guess this is all we're going to get from Prosecutor Gavin. That leaves La Miroir to question. Prosecutor Gavin, do you know where La Miroir is now? Ah, I heard her go to my dressing room. With that pianist, Machito Bai, of course. She seems rather shocked by Mr. Letoux's sudden passing. The Governor's dressing room. Got it! Alright. Alright. Oh. A bit better. July 7th, backstage hallway. Oh, this magician from before. Eek! Who's there? And he leaves. Oh.
There he goes again! Who is that guy?
We keep running after him. We haven't had a chance to meet the guy. He looks like a magician, like Trucy. But she never seen him before. She's wearing the same garments as her. Like same silk fabric, but a different color. And he has a staff, and she does not. Like a stage staff, like the one that probably turns into a flower bouquet. Trucy?
You know, he did look sort of familiar.
So he is a friend of yours?
No, that's not it. Sorry, I don't remember.
Yeah, okay. You have something to go after that, or is it getting late for you? Because I know I've been starting a little later because I had a video conference with my brother because it was his birthday today. So, yeah. Curiouser and curiouser. Alright, let's move into Governor's dressing room. The staff is probably a band director's baton, I would imagine. Band director, like from a marching band? He looks the magician type. But, yeah. It could have been, a baton from a marching band. Governor's dressing room.
Ah, Le Miroir!
What? Oh, she speaks English. What has happened? I heard that Mr. Letoux has died. La Miroir, you speak? I mean, you speak English? Yes. I was invited here from the Republic of Borginia, but I am not Borginian by birth.
But wasn't Mr. Letoux your interpreter?
Oh, that, yes. Well, it was Mr. Letoux's idea. He thought it would add to the mystery, you see. Then your pianist is also... Machi, ... No, Machi Tobai is Borginian. He does not speak English. Now, please tell me, what has happened to Mr. Letoux? Why did he...
Actually...
Okay, not just marching band users. Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, actually, Mr. Letoux was...
Trucy!
Huh?
Remember what Prosecutor Gavin said? Not a word. Yeah, we signed a gag order. Because since we discovered the body, we signed a gag order.
But Mr. Letoux is La Miroir's manager. That's not fair to her. I mean, isn't she related, party?
Precisely who Prosecutor Gavin doesn't want to alert, I suspect. All we have been told is to wait here in this room. It is very unsettling. I'm sorry, we're trying to figure out ourselves. Do you think I could ask you some question? Of course, I'm always willing to help. She's as calm as she looked on stage. I can't put my finger on why, but I like this La Miroir.
Click, click, duck, do buck, buck. Click, click, duck.
What is it, Machi? What is it, Machi?
Click, click, duck, do buck, buck. Click, click, duck, do buck, buck.
What? But you'd be alone.
Click, click, duck, do buck, buck. Click, click, duck, do buck, buck.
What seems to be the problem? Machi is not good around strangers. He wishes to go out for a breath of fresh air. Would that be alright?
Sure, of course. I mean, he's gonna manage fine, even though he's blind, because usually he never leaves La Mirror's side, because he was blind. But I guess he can manage. Yeah, why not? Go ahead. Machi ... and he leaves.
Very well. What is it you wish to ask me about?
La Miroir. The Republic of Borginia. That's in Northern Europe, right?
I've never even heard of it.
Oh, I started out singing in a restaurant. Then a producer called me. Before I knew it, here I am.
You don't say! You know, my daddy plays a piano in the restaurant.
Producer stands to look for talent, you see. La Mirror, you're not from Borginia originally? Were you born here?
Well...
Oh, is that supposed to be a secret?
Image is everything when you're a star! I know a bit about that, of course.
Yes, it is something like this. A contract, you might say. I'm also not to speak anything but Borginese in public. Nothing but Borginese. Image is important. Alright, I guess.
She's not all image, though. Her songs are lovely. A real landscape painter in sound.
A painter in what?
She travels the world, turning the sights she sees into music. That's the secret to your music's beauty, right?
You're very perceptive.
Oh, I use your song all the time in my stage act. I don't have to pay royalties for that, do I?
Stop while you're ahead, Trucy.
This landscape painter in sound too is an image. Yet without it, my songs would not be so widely heard.
They even called you the siren of the ballad, right?
Yes, in Portuguese, La Miroir means the siren.
No, it's French for the mirror. And even the conjugation is wrong, because mirror is supposed to be masculine.
I fear that perhaps already I'm not the siren I once was.
Oh, let's talk about Machi.
You're a pianist. Machi, was it? He's cute, like a porcelain doll.
He is, by the way. He looks cute like a porcelain doll, that's true. Even his haircut. He's very European.
I met him once singing in the restaurants in Borginia. He's an orphan, you see, yet his playing is exquisite.
I know different languages.
Soon he came to live with me.
He's like a fairy tale, almost.
I notice he hardly leaves your side.
Yes, well, he is blind. At first I hesitated at dragging him across the world. He doesn't speak English either.
He doesn't speak English either, does he?
He had never left Virginia before we met. I made his present part of my contract. Machi and I together are La Miroir. Together always.
So Machi is part of the brand. I see.
Mr. Lettuce. He was my new manager.
You?
Yes, from 3 months ago. Around when I received Mr. Gavin's invitation to come. I met Mr. Lettuce in my office. He was to be my manager and bodyguard, and as it turns out, my interpreter.
Interpreter? Even though you speak English?
Yes, but we were to visit more places than just here. We had a concert in Japan scheduled after this one, though I fear that may have to be cancelled now.
Was Mr. Lettuce from the Republic of Virginia too?
Well, he was only with me for 3 months. I'm afraid there is much I do not know about him. And now, I shall never know. No one will ever even tell me why he has died.
I'm sorry. Prosecutor Gavin said we weren't to talk to anyone.
Mr. Lettuce, he was a talented man. The siren of the ballad. That phrase was his idea, you know. I am happy for him that it has become so well known.
The siren. That's what he meant.
Huh? Apollo?
You are the siren, right, Lemire?
That is the meaning of my name in Borginese, yes. It was the name my producer gave me. Why do you ask?
It's very important. I had to know for sure if the siren was you.
What do you mean important?
I'll tell you. You deserve to know. Alright, we have a new thing that popped out named the siren, with air quotes. Siren. It turns out that's a very important word in this case.
How?
When we found Mr. Lettuce, he was still alive.
What?
I heard him say something. His last words. Mr. Lettuce, can you hear me? This is a flashback.
Ask witness.
Hang in there, Mr. Lettuce. Tell me, who was the witness?
The witness is siren.
He said siren! Really?
I was the only one there to hear it, but I'm sure that's what he said.
Mr. Lettuce said that? Ask the witness.
And you're the siren, Lemire. Did you see what happened? Lemire?
Might I ask, are you with the police?
Well, no, I'm a defense attorney.
An attorney? Yet there have been no arrests, yes?
Is that a problem?
Does an attorney not work for a client? If you have no client, you should leave the investigation to the police, I think.
But Lemire, oui.
I'm sorry, but I cannot answer your question. I'm afraid you lack the authority to ask them.
Ah! Why? If she witnessed the crime, why won't she tell us?
I believe we are through here.
I believe so. Oh well. That was worth a shot. Let's talk about... Yes, she doesn't have her brooch. I have her. I'm gonna give it to her. That reminds me. Does this brooch look familiar to you?
My brooch! Yes, well, it may be mine.
Yours, Lemire?
I was wearing a brooch earlier, you see. I must have lost it.
Well, that explains the brooch we found. It was Lemire's.
Thank you. I was wondering where I dropped it.
So this brooch belonged to her. That begs the question.
Is something wrong, Apollo?
What was this brooch doing at the crime scene? Well, the crime scene is her dressing room, so if she dropped the brooch at her dressing room, that would be natural. No? Alright. Then we have a postcard that's related to her. Would you mind taking a look at this, Lemire?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what to say. I wish I could help you.
Ah, don't worry about it. Certainly one of the most pleasant refusal I've had. Same thing? Yeah, same thing. Yeah, the rest is not relevant. I think there's nothing else to do here. To go back to the hallway, maybe we'll meet Machi. July 8th, 12:22 a.m. That late? When we were here, it was 8 p.m. July 7th, and the murder happened at 10, and now it's already 12. The broomstick. What broomstick? I didn't see a broomstick. The brooch, you mean? No, there was no red on the brooch. When we checked it, it was clean, and the pin was fine. It was detached, but the pin behind the brooch was fine. There was nothing unusual about the brooch. There were nothing. We found the gun. We found the bullet holes, and yeah, we found a headpiece fall on the ground between. When I see a earpiece, I mean like a headset, crew, backstage crew earpiece. Like there's a mic and a walkie, and it was still on. It was been put between the Governor's dressing room and Lamiroir's dressing room. Whoa, who's there now? Oh, it's you. This is Emma Sky, the detective. She found the body with me, and she canceled the concert during the final act, and she called the backup, and she's part of the investigation. But she's the head of the investigation. Maybe she will answer. Maybe she would. Maybe Lamiroir would talk to her instead. That's what we were talking about the cameras. Ah, it's you. Where were you? Ah, Emma! Is something wrong? She looks grumpier than usual. You bet something's wrong. The impossible's happened. Arg, it's all your fault, you know. Oops. Maybe this is about us leaving the crime scene.
What do you mean by impossible?
Well, it's gone. Utterly gone.
What's gone?
The body, stupid. What else? What? Eh? Mr. Two's body has disappeared.
What?
July 8, Lamiroir's dressing room. Ah, Prosecutor Gavin. From your vacant stare, I got you've heard the news. I heard Mr. Letoux's body has gone missing. Look for yourself.
What?
Quite the pickle. Quite the pickle. How can you just stand there? We have to start investigating. There's no need for alarm, Fraulein Detective. All entrances and exit has been sealed. The body would not leave the building. So I suggest we go find ourselves a cadaver. There will be plenty of time to ponder the whys later.
Well, you seem pretty sure of yourself, Mr. Gavin.
Oh, we'll find him. I'm rather enjoying this. How could Mr. Letoux's body just disappear?
Well, you're the man. Let's get searching.
Hey, I don't know if this is exactly the right time, but...
Yes, Darian?
See, Geeter's gone missing. It was in the dressing room.
Geeter? Who's Geeter?
Ah, that's what I call my guitar. You like, man?
Geeter. Interesting fact, the music was created from the C keyboard that I Oh, really? The music that you hear in the mixing board, that's the same. You mean? This keyboard? You have all those sounds. Your keyboard can produce all those sounds. Interesting. Your guitar was stolen?
This hasn't been a good day for guitars or geeters.
Okay. Body first, then guitar. And if someone finds that guitar, please bring it to our dressing room.
Geeter's like a missing person, not lost and found, man.
What's wrong with the disappearing act all of a sudden? Alright.
Well, this sure is a... What did he call it? A sausage? No, wait, it was a pickle. And it's your pickle. I told you to stay in the room.
Sorry. Not much else I can say.
It's alright. Top priority now is finding the body. You can make it up to me later. 10 bags or so of chocolate snackoo should do the trick nicely.
You should watch your sugar intake, Emma. Alright, what else can we do? We can examine the... There should be a body here, but there's not. How could this have happened and why? Blood won't tell us anything. A 45 caliber revolver. Very deadly.
No, Apollo, I was wondering, what's a caliber? And what does the 45 mean?
Huh?
Hey, you want me to tell you? It's the size of the barrel. Simply put, the larger the caliber, the bigger the round. The bullet, in other words. Bigger bullet, do more damage.
Wow, Chuck, 1 point up for forensic science.
You know it.
But it's not 45 inches, right? That would be too big. What's the unit of measurement they use, Miss Science? Well...
That's millimeters. Come on. Millimeters. You know that, Emma. Don't dot me on that answer.
Hush.
Kids should ask so many questions. Oh, she doesn't know. Oh my god. This is why she's not a forensic scientist. She failed the test. Now she's stuck to be a stupid detective. Poor girl. Okay, I'm gonna examine this. Look at all these presents. La Mirror sure is popular.
Oh, I wonder what's inside. We can't open them, can we?
Probably not a good idea. You never know what you might find in one of these boxes. Bombs, razors, ransom notes. Could be anything.
Oh, I'm never having a birthday party again. I'm scared.
Seeing these mirrors lined up makes me think I'm really in the dressing room.
Well, you are in the dressing room. This must be makeup. I never heard of most of these brands. Maybe they're Borginian?
Well, I haven't got a clue, and I doubt those are.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna move out. What else can we inspect? Backstage hallway. Can we move up elsewhere? The stage. Oh, we're going through the stage. July 8th, 12:57 a.m. in the wings.
Something seems different to you, Apollo?
Something is definitely different here.
Let's check it out!
Yeah. The stage is open. Like the contrabass case is still there. The Spears guitar is still there. The stage has been tilted. Has been bent, but it's been like that since the incident. I don't know why the sleeves fell off. The mixing board has moved. The grand piano is fine, but there's a platform that goes up. It went up during the second act. There was a cutscene.
That stage there must have been lowered before.
That's the tower that La Miroir and Prosecutor Gavin were singing on.
Someone must have raised it. I don't see a way to control it from here. Apollo, what about the ladder? It's there against the wall. We could use that to take a look up top.
Maybe we should get him up.
What are you talking about? We have to see this sort of thing for ourselves.
I'm not so good with heights.
Stop whining and start climbing.
It didn't look that high from below, really. But when we got to the top, I felt every one of those 20 feet down. Of course, I wasn't thinking about the height anymore. Not after what we found up there. Eek! We found two things we were looking for and one thing we never expected to find. The body, the guitar, and what? Machi! No! The body, the guitar in hand, and the pianist, Machi Tobai. No! What happened to the poor guy? And yeah, the body's on its back. It doesn't have blood anymore, but the guitar is next to him, but it seems like he was playing it. The guitar, the body has been placed like he was playing it, and Machi is next to him. It looks like he fell down from somewhere, but oh, I hope he's alright. I hope he's not dead. Poor guy. Oh, really? So we're back in the next morning. July 8th, 10:09 a.m. Write Anything Agency. So we're back at our office because we don't have a client. We have no business here. So, wow, that concert last night sure went south in a hurry.
No kidding. Why did they arrest Machi? Why?
Don't look at me like it's my fault. Machi Tobai, the blind pianist. Why was he arrested for murder? I mean, I don't doubt that he couldn't do it because of a disability. I'm just saying that that boy is a 14-year-old boy who he would have dragged the body out. That man was massive, was tall. That guy was a wall. It's like it was. It looks like he was taller than me. Let's see. Profile. Do we have a height? No. His age is 35. A 35-year-old, very tall man to be dragged around by a 14-year-old. A dead body like that is like 200 pounds. That little boy, how can we be able to bring them from the dressing room to the stage without even being noticed? All of that being blind. He didn't have any walking stick. Like, arrested on suspicion of murdering Roman Latouche.
I can't believe such a cute little boy could do something so horrible.
I guess they had proof of some kind?
What proof could possibly prove that?
Morning! Prosecutor Gavin? What a night, eh? I apologize for being so upset.
Mr. Gavin, do you know what's going on? Why did they arrest Machi? Why?
Don't look at him like it's his fault either. It was tough for me too. We performed together that night after all, yet the powers that we say that, given the circumstances, it could have only have been him. What do you mean by the circumstances? La Miroir was invited from Virginia as an ambassador of goodwill. It is vital that this case be wrapped up swiftly. That's all the powers that we want, really. Well, those are circumstances, alright. But what makes Machi the only possible suspect? A forehead. You seem to have forgotten that you are talking to the prosecution. The enemy? Ah! Right. I think I like this side of Prosecutor Gavin better, actually. I'm not at liberty to discuss the particulars of the case. Especially not to the defense attorney. Wait. We never get a call? How does he know we're the defense?
What?
What did you just say? Me, the defense attorney? That's what I came to tell you. He's down at the detention center. He wants to request your services. You mean Machi? Machi wants me?
This is what we've been waiting for, Apollo. Let's get going!
Right. Good luck. I'm off to question Le Miroir. Right. Later. I hope I'm up to this. Alright, we're warped to the detention center, July 8th. Visitor's room.
Well, I just don't get it. I just refuse to believe a cute little kid like that could do something so terrible.
You said that already. Machi on the other side, ...
Machi, everything's going to be okay. We're here for you.
Hi. Maybe you can tell me about last night?
Click, click, duck, click, 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 duck. Ah! Click, click, duck, click, click, duck, 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 click, click, duck, 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 Black!
That was when I realized how tough it must be. A little kid like this, in a country so far from everything is ever known.
Maybe let me work it out?
But didn't Prosecutor Gavin says she was with him? Good luck. I'm off to question Le Miroir.
Well, what are we going to do?
That's a good question. I can't think of anything we can do but go with this and hope for the best at the trial tomorrow. Click, click, duck, click, click, duck, gotta do work, click, click, duck. To be continued. Yeah, we're working with a big disadvantage here. Sorry about that. There was a loading problem, and now it's been resolved. Saving! Alright. Let's see how far we can take this. July 9th, 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 3.
Court is now in session for... how do I say that?
Machi Tobai, Your Honor. The pixie of the arpeggio. The pixie of the arpeggio? We may have to visit old Mr. LeBlanc again. Well, again? I mean, Miles Edgeworth was the one visiting Mr. LeBlanc, and he might be in Virginia right now. Even it's been 6 years since we met Mr. LeBlanc. So, yeah. We're probably gonna be, we couldn't talk before our, we couldn't talk with our client before the beginning of the trial. But, number one, that's not the first time that happened to us. And, I forget what number 2 was, but that's not the first time that we had this little predicament of being unprepared. Yeah, number 2, this is all that Phoenix Wright games are all about. Like, you're going unprepared, like you haven't talked with your client, but you have to defend it no matter what, if he chose you and stuff like that.
Right, this trial. Court is in session.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is okay, Judge.
Very well, Prosecutor Gavin.
My opening statement, yeah?
No, actually, there was something else I wanted to ask you about.
Yes?
Say you're going to visit someone in the hospital with an incurable disease. What do you say to them?
What are you talking about? Where are you going at with this, Mr. Judge?
I mean, you wouldn't say get well soon, right? You would only be kicking them when they're down.
What are you talking about?
Actually, I'm going to visit someone who is terminally ill. Right after this trial, the Chief Justice's son.
The Chief Justice?
His son is afflicted with the most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems. So I thought I'd go pay him a visit. I don't think something moving might be the order of the day.
Why don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their mind instead of pretending?
She's looking at me with something like disgust. Hey, what are you looking at me like that for?
In any case, I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement, briefly.
You're in luck, Judge. I believe you'll be going on your hospital visit sooner than you think. Exclamation mark. First, to review the victim in this case, Roman Latouche, age 35. The global manager for diva songstress La Miroir. The cause of death, blood loss due to being shot by a large caliber revolver. This report has all the details.
The court accepts this into evidence.
Latouche's autopsy report added to the court record. Okay?
45 caliber. That's quite large, isn't it?
Yes, let's check this out when we have the chance. Death due to loss of blood from a gunshot wound. Estimated time of death between 9 and 9:30 p.m. Yeah, that makes sense. July 7th, 5 carry bullet wound. Time elapsed between shooting and death currently under review. Okay. That's the most interesting part of the autopsy. Since when he was shot, he was still alive, and then he passed out. We thought he was dead, but then he moved, and then he was found again on the stage. And the autopsy said time elapsed between shooting and death currently under review. So probably there's going to be an update that says, oh, okay, now we figured out exactly the time of death, but right now they cannot. Alright, let's continue.
A direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet.
However, the bullet struck him in his shoulder. The damage to the body was slight. Death was not immediate. sadly, his blood loss was such that he could not be saved.
I suppose the victim's condition could have been much worse, considering.
Crime photo added to the court record. 2 shots were fired. 1 shot missed, the other penetrated and passed through the victim's shoulder. Ball bullets was found in the wall at the scene. Observe the diagram. Yeah, this is how this is where the bullets hit. The one on the right is higher than the one on the left, but yeah, this is exactly where they were. The gun was next to the first tool of the first mirror. The brooch was next to it. And yeah, the body was like that. There was blood all around his hand and his shoulder. And he was trying to write something with the blood, but it was smeared away. It could not be. It wasn't be. It was unreadable.
I see. The court accepts this evidence.
Diagram added to the court record.
If we're talking about a .45 caliber revolver, we must assume that the killer was adept at the weapon's use.
Really? Yeah, apparently weapons that size have a powerful kickback. Yeah, with the recoil from... Yeah! Machi couldn't have fired that shot. The recoil would dislocate his shoulder. So it must be a grown-up man or someone who works at the... Maybe because... who can handle, even in Japan, who can handle a 45? Policeman and military. I guess, yeah. I'm thinking of someone, but I'll need more proof because right now it's only suspicious. If, say, the judge tried to fire one, he would break every bone in his body. Oh, come on.
The defense will take more care in choosing examples.
As I was saying, the victim was shot backstage in the dressing room. This dressing room has only one entrance, this door. Oh. Wait a minute. There were bullet holes, but there were no exit bullet holes on our side, because the way they're saying it is that the shot has been fired on the wall where the door is. We heard the shot clear. That's why we were so early. We were on that hallway when the shot happened. And when we entered, we couldn't see anyone. There was a shot, and there was only one door. So when we get in, we didn't see we didn't see the shooter, and there was a little there was a small tiny window that maybe was big enough for maybe a rat or a very, very small kid. A 14-year-old will probably barely be able to fit in there, but barely. It has to be very small, like. But Machi is very short for his age. That would be weird. He shot a guy and then he hides in the vent. But it's weird since 45, they shot those bullets in the wall where the door was standing, and we didn't see like the bumps. Like we see the holes when we went inside, but looks like we may have to. Yeah.
That does seems to be the case. Yes.
However, there were witnesses who heard the gunshots.
He's talking about you and Emma, huh?
Yet when the witnesses entered the room, it was empty save for the victim's body, of course.
But that's impossible!
Bangs on the wall. Exactly, this murder was impossible. For all but one person.
One person?
That is, of course, the defendant, Machi Tobai. The king would break every bone in his body, but he would injure himself pretty good. Yeah, like I said, he would dislocate his shoulder. At least.
Only this defendant could have committed the crime? But how?
It's quite simple. The circumstances of the crime scene make it clear.
Very well, I assume you have testimony to back up this claim. Let the witness please take the scan.
That will be La Miroir. But why will La Miroir pin... Oh no, that's Emma. Your name and profession, please.
Emma Sky. I'm a detective for the police department. I was on security detail at the concert forum that night.
Emma seems starred somehow.
Security at the concert, you say?
Some security I was. Couldn't even stop a murder.
...
Now, don't blame yourself. Things like this happen.
Yeah, ask Gumshoe. Poor girl.
I've made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know.
I'm sure that makes her feel much better.
I want to hear about these bigger mistakes.
In any case, because you were on security detail, the crime was quickly discovered. And we were able to identify the killer. You may give the court your testimony, if you would. Describe the circumstance of that day and your discovery of the crime, please. Alright. Witness testimony, murder circumstances. And since we're here, we're gonna know right away if she's wrong or if she's saying something funny.
The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went in the room, I filled with blaring rock music, and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it.
It was lucky that the detective was the first on the scene.
But that door was the only way out of the room, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Then I don't get it. How can they say that Machi did it?
Looks like we need a bit more information.
Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination.
Cross-examination, murder circumstances.
The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request.
The night of the murder was the night of the concert, yes?
That's right.
What was a detective doing on a security detail, might I ask? If it was only a concert.
My thoughts exactly. But orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods.
Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, allow me to explain. I smelled something that day, you might say. The stench of conspiracy. That day at the concert hall.
Conspiracy?
Well, isn't it obvious? My keys! That whole morning, no, the whole day was ruined. And it's all because someone stole my keys. I couldn't ride my hog to the show. I couldn't open my guitar case.
There he goes again!
Isn't it possible I simply misplaced them? Misplaced them? Misplaced item! Just don't just wander into a murder victim's hand on their own.
What's this? Prosecutor Gavin, if your keys were in the victim's hand, That makes you a prime suspect!
Love, slow acting and you, Atrokinen, is awaiting for you. It's a quote from.
You're singing something.
Does everything with this guy have to be so over the top? The killing happened in the middle of my concert. I was like a sailor adrift on a sea of sound. Yeah, he has an alibi. He has an alibi, he was on stage. La Miroir doesn't have an alibi, and neither does Machi. But he was on stage, so he has thousands of fangirls who can support that alibi. Anyway, I didn't want anything else stolen. So I put the detective with the most time on their hands on the task. Ah!
I see, I can accept that.
Well, I can't. What do you mean the most time on their hands?
Please, the testimony.
Only people involved with the concert some way were allowed backstage. We were let in though. I didn't know about that. I certainly didn't invite you. I gave the Fraulein special permission to be there. I wanted to see her again.
Oh boy, did you hear that? We're officially involved now.
Gee, great. Some other hanger-on tried to get backstage, but I drove them off. So no other outsiders were there then. And then, at the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots. You were the one chatting. I was eating snackoos. Yeah, and she's eating some right now.
Hey! No snacking in court!
And you're sure the shots came from La Miroir's room? Yes, absolutely. Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Here, just to keep you quiet. Phew, she's flicking one. Ka-tonk. Bump on the head. Ah! Thanks. So, Crunch, how about Emma? he ate it. She threw a snack on his head and he ate it in court. So how about it, Emma? We were there. How to be mistaken about that, Munch? How to be mistaken about that, Munch?
Please either talk or eat, not both at the same time.
Oh. Right. So after that, me and Mr. Lawyer there opened the dressing room door. I went into the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body. Rock? Blaring? Yes.
When you say rock, are you referring perhaps to this rock and roll music that's so popular these days?
That's right. When we went into the dressing room, music was blaring over the speaker on the wall. We couldn't hear the guy well either when he was saying his dying words. It was the pipe sound from the stage into the backstage through speakers. That way people in the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage. Did it have to be so loud? You don't listen to the governors with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. I always have the backstage monitor at full volume. That way you can hear the bass reverberate from the inside of your body. When we walked into the room, the band was playing Guilty Love, I believe.
making it easy to determine the time of the crime. If you could hear that music... Oh! Yeah! The murder happened during this concert, and this is why second guitar missed his cue. Oh, this Chichinka, what if we misheard the guy? Probably. But we're pretty sure that what he said, the witness is Siren, and when she wanted to talk to us, she was serious enough to ask if we were police, and then shuts up like a clam. She was cooperative, but she knew her limits. So yeah, but yeah, I believe that even the people playing on stage heard the gunshot, and the guy was like, "Hey, what's going on?" and he missed his cue. If you could hear that music playing, then everyone on stage for that song has an alibi, including myself. Anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. This is where we really need to press on. How could you know something like that? As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen, we know there was only one exit from the room, that door. The small window only opened a tiny crack. And I was standing in front of that door. So, how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility. The air vent. But that air vent was too small. Who could possibly... Exactly. Oh! There's certainly no way you could get through, nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child. A child? Remember, access to those rooms was limited. Only those involved with the concert were allowed. And of all the people involved with the concert... If I heard the concert, I probably would have messed up myself, then stopped. No, yeah, but when you're a professional, show must go on. Like, even if there's a hurricane, you continue playing. Because Clavier here is a perfectionist. He threw a fit like, you missed your cue. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. I got the mixing board as proof. Care to listen? And then they, to prove a point, he gave the mixing board to us. We know nothing about it. Like, if it came from an amateur here, if even an amateur can point who missed the cue, like, it should be obvious it's you. Like, oh, yeah. Of all the people in the concert, only one is small enough to be considered a child. The defendant? The pixie of the arpeggio flitted up towards the sky and disappeared from the scene of the crime. But that's just conjecture! Oh, there was no other way out of that room. You were there. You should know, Air Forehead. And there is another vital piece of evidence. Evidence? What? Marks were found on the air vent grill. Traces that it had recently been opened. Wait, what? And something else was found quite clearly. The defendant, Machidobai's fingerprints. What? Okay, we're in the... Order! The air vent was the only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill. Well, Air Forehead, what fairy tale does this suggest to you? You haven't told me much about your music background. You told me about your music taste, but I didn't know that you were a musician. Like, I know you play keyboard, but not, you can tell me more about that if you want.
That would, I would appreciate that. Only one could pass through that vent, that doorway to heaven. And that one is our pixie.
Why are you looking at me, Apollo?
Hey,
Hey, I was out whooping it up in the audience.
so this was his decisive evidence.
Quite decisive indeed. I believe that's enough for that. The prosecution has a rather convincing case. The only way in and out of the crime scene was watched, making the defendant the only one who could possibly leave the scene. Simple and decisive.
Ah.
I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict. Even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital visit, I'm sure the Chief Justice will appreciate the gesture. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminal left decisive evidence for us. That will have to be enough.
It can't be over already.
Very well. I believe this trial is finished. If the defense have no contradicting evidence,
The prosecution has presented our proof clear and plain. If you have contradicting evidence, it'd be better be clear and plain.
Apollo, they got us on the ropes already. We'd better come up with something quick.
I know. Think what can get us out of this. We need evidence or a witness that can prove Machi is innocent beyond a doubt. Without that,
no. Mr. Justice, do you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case? If you do, you'd better tell us about it now.
this is it, and so soon. If I mess this one up, it's all over. The court wants contradicting proof. Present evidence, call a witness, or I don't have proof. Oh boy. We're gonna save here. We're gonna call a witness because we never got La Miroir side of the story and we don't have anything. So, Prosecutor Gavin, you claim that there were no witnesses to this crime. Are you absolutely sure? Absolutely. I swear it on my career as a prosecutor. And on my million-seller hit song, Atrokinin My Love.
There he goes again.
That's too bad, because there was a witness.
Oh ho, really now? But how did you come to possess knowledge the prosecution clearly does not?
Because I am the only one in the world who knows this. What's going on? I just talked to him, and now... He's alive! Mr. Atus, can you hear me?
Cold, so cold, witness.
You're cold? Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help is on the way.
Can't see.
Hang in there, Mr. Atus. Tell me, who was the witness?
The witness is silent. What? The victim said this before he died?
Perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not. What do you mean by that? All we know is that her forehead says he said. It's not testimony, especially since it comes from the defense attorney himself. I mess around with the keyboard a little bit and I primarily percussionist. You did say a word or two about you being percussionist. Now that I hear it in my head, like. But have you ever played in a band? Have you ever been on a stage before? Have you felt the heat of the projectors? But it's the truth, he said it! I haven't told you about it, but apparently you ignore me completely. It's my policy to fully investigate everything I deem relevant. Clearly, this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job? Huh.
That's enough. Mr. Justice, we need clear contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours, unknown to the prosecution, I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty.
Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for? Yeah! The bar is big. I'm getting double penalty if I get this run wrong. There's no backing out now.
Let's hear the name of your witness, Mr. Justice.
La Miroir.
Le Miroir?
Recall Mr. Letoux's last words.
The witness is Siren.
The siren? Aha! He meant the siren.
That's right, the siren of the ballad, La Miroir. La Miroir was only on stage for the second set. And she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness.
I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin?
My claim still stands. There was no witness to this crime.
Very well. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We will now take a break from Detective Emma Sky's cross-examination. Please show La Miroir to the witness stand.
La Miroir would say nothing the night of the murder. Not today, though. Today we'll drag that story out of her, no matter what it is. Clavier is confident, like he was doing ... and smiling. It is my distinct honor to welcome the siren of the ballad to our courtroom.
You are too kind.
You can speak English?
Yes I can.
Though I am not very good, there is much I do not know. You speak so well. Have you spent time here before?
Actually, I do not know how I came by my knowledge of your language, nor where I study it. What does she mean she doesn't know? I too thought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course. What's that? La Miroir suffers from amnesia.
Amnesia?
La Miroir is not my true name. Yet I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage.
Whoa, she's even more mysterious than I thought!
As lauded singer La Miroir, she gives a good life. There are little difficulties for her thanks to her success. Yet I did not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress.
I see. I care surprisingly little about people's past. You have nothing to fear in this court, La Miroir.
Thank you. Yet there is something I do not understand. I am being called as a witness. What might I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened. La Miroir, let me be frank. I did not want to ask you up here to testify. Yet that young gentleman with the wide forehead over there was adamant that you stand. Oh my!
Congratulations, Apollo! You're the bad guy!
Ah!
Well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime.
Witness testimony, what I saw.
As for what I saw nothing. That night, I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details.
I must say, you sound wonderful just testifying.
I hope he was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying.
There you have it. She saw nothing that night. Now, can we only pray that the defense has the sense to admit defeat and refrain from detaining her here longer than needed be?
Wow, you just got better, Apollo. Way to go!
Grr. Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet.
La Miroir wouldn't talk to me the night of the crime. She must know something, and I've got to find out what. Cross-examination.
As for what I saw nothing.
But you must have seen something. Mr. Latouche named you.
Mr. Latouche? How can I tell you what I don't know?
La Miroir, he said you were a witness with his dying words.
I do not know what he meant to say, but that night I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did.
It was a great concert.
You heard me sing? Thank you.
I was hoping to get an autograph later, actually.
Of course.
Mr. Justice, this is a cross-examination. You're out of line. If anyone deserves an autograph here, it's me. One on my gavel would be nice.
Herr Judge.
What's this?
Gavin just threw him something that's his own autograph.
It's my autograph. Now, keep this trial moving.
What? Oh, my grandchild would be so happy!
Apparently his grandson is a big fan.
Let us continue, shall we? If you would, La Miroir. Tell us what you did after your stellar performance. I did not return backstage after the second set.
You did not return backstage once? Where were you then? What were you doing?
I was cleaning up on stage. There are many things I must do for a performance other than simply singing.
And was Machi with you at the time?
Unfortunately, I do not know where he was.
So much for an alibi for Machi.
Then
I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there.
With Machi, correct? How was he then?
It seems as he always does. Though I believe he was shocked by the news of Mr. Latouche's death. Yet he is not the type to show much emotion. Yes, he has given the police no end of headaches. He answers most questions with silence, and those glinting frames speaks nothing. The questioning hasn't gotten very far. We sat here waiting. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details.
How was the incident explained to you?
I was told nothing in detail, only that Mr. Latouche died.
of course, investigation requires some security.
But Mr. Latouche was my manager. I wanted to know more. I should have been told. Both Machi and I, were besides ourselves with concern. Allow me to apologize, but please understand. Keeping you in the dark was as painful for me as it was for you. Yes, I understand.
Think, what doesn't ring true about her testimony?
It's hard to imagine Lemiroir lying. She might not be lying, but she's hiding something.
What wouldn't she tell me the night of the murder? Yeah, she did not return backstage after her second set, but we found her brooch at the scene of the crime. Explain that! Gonna save. Go present the brooch. Objection! Yeah, I was right. I'm sorry, Lamiroir, but I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch, do you not? Why, that's Lamiroir's. She was wearing it for her song. Care to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin? What? This brooch was found after the murder took place, at the very scene of the crime. What? Lamiroir, how did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? And as Prosecutor Gavin has just told us, you had been wearing it during your performance that night. Oh! She got hit so hard, the veil on her face just flew, and now we see her mouth, and then it dropped to see her so we can see her eyes. So yeah, she was mouth gaping open.
Ah! What is the meaning of this? Lamiroir, please explain.
Lamiroir? She says English is quite difficult. That trick's not gonna work here. Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer truly. But you have missed one important fact. What now? Yeah, Clavier seems to understand Borginese and is translating. In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment. What? Caridu, caridu. Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak. Is she really saying all that?
What's she talking about, Apollo?
Right when the incident occurred. Oh, is she talking about that? Flashback. Emma, watch this room for me. I have to go for backup. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? And now, Mr. Latus, can you hear me?
Cold, so cold. Witness.
You're cold? Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help is on the way.
The witness is Siren.
Siren? How can a siren witness anything? Yipes! Emma, what was that? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now?
Huh?
No. I could have sworn I heard the door close. I looked into a room, just a glance, mind you. So this was when your brooch dropped? That explains that. No, it does. There was no other time I could have dropped it. If she only peeked through the room to see what was going on and dropped the brooch there, we would have found it near the door. But we found it near the body. And there was no way we missed that. And then in college I played with several of my classmates in a bunch of different bands. Oh, nice! So when you say keyboard and percussionist, were you also playing drums or only small instruments?
But that's ridiculous. You only looked in for an instant, but you dropped your brooch? Forehead. She has raised a possibility. The only thing that can counter that is evidence.
So she looked in at the crime scene.
Actually, I intended to go into the dressing room. I knew nothing of what had happened, of course. But the moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice. A forehead shouting, "Who's there?" no doubt. A horrible voice indeed. I closed the door immediately.
Well, that explains the brooch. Let's return to your testimony.
That's too convenient. She's hiding something. Lamiroir, you did look into the room though, right?
Yes,
Testify as to what you saw.
very well, though it was only the briefest of glimpses. When my performance was finished, I went backstage for just a moment.
Oh! What did you see in that brief glimpse?
I had only opened the door slightly when I heard that horrible voice. And shut the door.
I have always wondered, Airfoil, does that voice of yours like a volume knob? It's my cords of steel, man. Just back off. When I was in high school, played percussion. Timpani? What's timpani? I think I heard of that, but you have to be more precise as to what it is. I'm curious. I saw nothing. The late Mr. Latouche's body was behind a wall. Let me check the diagram. Yeah, if she opened the door a little bit, she wouldn't be able to see the body. That's true. That's true. A wall? Was there a wall there? Dirk is what in English? A division or partition, I believe. It was a large dressing room divided in two halves. Yeah, there was a division. It was a partition, it's true. And the diagram proves it more. Like, timpani are those big drums that have the pedals on the bottom that you tune, and they are usually placed in the room. Okay. I didn't know that was the name in English. Well, we have a word for that in French, and yeah. Come to think of it, I never knew what the name was in English, but that's timpani. All right. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Yeah, it has a large dressing room divided in two halves, and the murder took place in the inside half. I guess that partition might have hidden the body. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's and Miss Milton's wait, what? Let's finish on backstage performance. Because my bracelet is activating and I want to see where could I get her. Because right now she's wearing a veil. I'm gonna try this sentence here.
When my performance was finished, I went backstage for just a moment.
We're here again. See somewhere else in our body. Let's finish. What? Not that sentence. Next one. I saw nothing. Derek, Mr. Two's body was behind the wall. Yeah. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait here. Yeah, that was true. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details.
That was where I learned that something bad had happened, but I wasn't told the details.
Let's see her again. No. Think, what doesn't ring true about her testimony?
It's hard to imagine Lamiro lying.
She might not be lying, but she's hiding something. What wouldn't she tell me the night of the murder? Alright, I'm gonna try everything. I'm gonna try this sentence, because there's not much. As for what
I saw nothing.
Here again. Also took music theory and music appreciation, the history of rock and roll when I was in college. Oh! Interesting. My cousin was a music conservatory, and that's where he learned all he knows about this music. Well, right now he's in some band. I don't know if he's still playing, but sorry, I just gonna meddle with the sound a bit. Alright. I need to focus on parts of her body where she twitches. I need to see what's her habit. And right now I cannot find it. That's probably not that sentence. That night I was invited to sing on stage and this I did, okay. Performance was finished on backstage for a moment. I saw nothing, Okay, let's try this.
I saw nothing. The late Mr. Lettuce's body was behind the wall.
Yes, you have quite a musical background. Oh, you studied to be a sound engineer. Nice. Cannot find anything here. Maybe this one.
Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there.
Wait. Okay, I'm gonna press that sentence. Maybe there's something new. What did you see in that brief glimpse?
I had only opened the door slightly when I heard that horrible voice and shut the door.
I have always wondered, forehead. Does that voice of yours like a volume knob? It's my cord of steel, man. Just back up, okay? I saw nothing. The late Mr. Lettuce body was behind the wall. A wall? Was there a wall there? Big dark, yeah, partition. With Machi, correct? How was he then? It seems that he always does, though I believe he was shocked by the news of Mr. Lettuce's death.
Yet he is not the type to show much emotion. Yes, he's giving the police no ends of headache, since to most questions with silence and those glinting frames speaks nothing. Questions have gotten very far.
Okay. Don't know where she's lying. Oh God, what shall I do? What shall I do? Yeah, that doesn't help me at all. Answer. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna focus on the mouth because usually I focus on the eyes because usually that's where most people lie. Then I check through the ends, but I believe the reason she's being veiled, we cannot see her mouth, is because she's trying to hide probably her twitch. So where should I... This is where I was left at. I saw nothing, but that Mr. Latu's body was behind a wall. Alright, we're gonna focus on the mouth. Wait. I saw nothing. Wait, what's that? Wait a minute. Oh my God, no wonder I had trouble seeing that. Get this. She barely flaps her lips when she's talking about a certain subject. I saw nothing. Her lips moves well, but then it's about the late Mr. Latu's body. The lips barely move. All right. Gotcha. The late Mr. Latu's body, you say? Yes. You know something more about Mr. Latu's death than you are saying. What? I could see you trying not to remember, but the effort made you swallow. Okay, that was a swallowing move. Because she wasn't flapping mouth. Okay, that was a swallowing movement. That's why the lips wasn't working well. Wait. Come on. Alright. You can't fool my eyes. Ah! It is true. It was so terrible after all. Why did Mr. Latu have to be shot? One moment, La Miroir. Yes? What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Latu have to be shot? Yes? She was hiding something, I knew it. La Miroir, I'm afraid you haven't realized it, but... Your word just now contradicts your testimony. How could that be? Take this! La Miroir contradicted her own testimony, I have the evidence to prove it. The diagram, because she said she saw the body. And, yeah, if she saw the body... okay. If I do not misunderstand the meaning of shot... Oh, man, is you can contradict Mr. Justice. Oh, I think I got it wrong. I got the wrong evidence! It's meaningless! Your evidence is meaningless! Wrong evidence! Gotta think this over. Why did she say again? Why did Mr. Latu have to be shot? That's right. That totally contradicts the testimony. Take this. La Miroir contradicted her own testimony. I have the evidence to prove it. The brooch? No. body? I'm gonna save just to be sure. Oh. That made the sound. Okay. Oh no, I got it wrong. Oh. Okay. What did we say? Okay, yeah. Because we said nothing. If she knew that he was shot, although she couldn't possibly have seen the body from her testimony, she wouldn't know she was been shot because we never told her he was shot. So, tell me, Lamiroir, how did you know he had been shot? Well, immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is the document proving that. In your testimony, you told the court, no one told me anything about the incident. Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. Yet you knew that Mr. Letouce has been shot. How could you have known? Yarr! Yeah, I might have to look. Yeah, I admit I did have to look it up a little bit just to be sure, because
Le Miroir, you aren't hiding something from this court, I hope.
that sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet. Now I remember. Please allow me to add to my testimony. Of course. All we want to know is the truth.
She looks kind of pale, huh?
She saw something, I know it. Even the victim said so. I saw bullet holes in the wall and knew Mr. Letouce has been shot. No, you did not. Because when you opened the door, you blocked where the bullet wounds were. Where bullet holes were. But I'm gonna press anyway. Only a glimpse, yet you knew there were bullet holes. Yes, I recognized them immediately. I have seen bullet holes before, you know. You have traveled the world as a singer. You must have sung in places far more dangerous than our country. I go wherever my voice is needed. Those places are many these days.
That's really cool. I hope I get to travel like Lamiroir someday.
I plan on recording my next album overseas. Their studios have a different sound, you know. Maybe I should go on a Chords of Steel tour too. Alright, I'm gonna get it. Bullet holes in the wall. You Mr. Letouce has been shot. No, you didn't, because diagram. Objection! Lamiroir, they call you the servant of bad, but lies are hardly becoming of such a creature.
Put down worthy of our prosecutor, Mr. Justice.
Such put-downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo.
Stop polishing your forehead and start polishing your character, young. Come on, can't I be cool for once? Observe the diagram. Lamiroir, you looked in from the door for just a moment. Correct? Yes, that is so. There were bullet holes in the roof, yes. But they were in the wall the door is on. You see, assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen those bullet holes.
Yark! Le Miroir. Yes? I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. It appears you have been holding back something.
And I must tell you what it is that I saw.
Yes. The happenings in this trial are being recorded, and I'm certain it will be on the news in Virginia. You understand your reputation is at stake. It falls to you to avoid tarnishing it.
Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield us absolutely nothing. But she knew how Mr. Latouche died, and he named her as a witness. You must have seen something, La Miroir.
Very well. Le Miroir, please continue your testimony.
Very well, I shall. What I saw, part 2, witness testimony.
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit.
There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Machi. It was a grown person. I knew it was. Oh.
So you did witness the crime, and the killer was a grown person, you say?
Ugh. This is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play, Forehead. ...
Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your cross-examination.
Great going, Apollo! You were right about Le Miroir. What's wrong? You don't look too happy.
This whole thing smells fishy. That's what's wrong. What I saw, part 2. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. So you were heading towards the dressing room?
Yes.
So this is a little before she opened the dressing room door and dropped her brooch. About the same time Emma and I heard those shots. I was on my way back. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. Okay. What exactly is something like a little window? Yes, well, window is the best word I know in English. I think this is how it is said, yes?
You need
not worry, La Miroir. Your choice of words is impeccable. There is a small window in the dressing room in question, yeah? Perhaps the defense remembered this detail? That little window on the wall? I saw the crime from there. Okay, that little window there. I thought that was the air vent. But that's a little window. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. You are certain you heard 2 shots fired? Yes, quite certain. I was on my way to the backstage exit. This was when I heard a faint sound like a gunshot. Wondering what it had been, I peered through the window. That is when I heard the second gunshot much closer. And there were 2 bullet holes at the scene. No contradiction so far. It all happened on the other side of that window. There was nothing I could do. But it wasn't Machi. It wasn't Machi who shot, are you sure? Yes, quite certain. It amuses me that you would question our testimony. It is testimony in your favor. Isn't it my job to object?
Yeah, but what were you thinking?
Proceed. Let's just listen to what La Miroir has to say. Can you tell me how you were so sure? Yes, of course. You see, it was a grown person. I know it was. A grown person. That's a little vague. I'm sorry. My skills with your language is lacking, I know.
Certainly, you could at least see whether the shooter was a male or female.
It was a man. A young man.
And you're sure that?
Yes, his voice was quite clear. Voice?
Look looking at this diagram, it seems that the dressing room was quite cluttered. It does seem likely that you wouldn't have a clear view of the shooter.
As a singer, I relied more on my ears than my eyes. When I heard a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man. So you heard a voice, but wait, couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Latus? Absolutely not. Did I not just say I did not forget a voice? If it was Mr. Latus who spoke, I would have known.
Indeed. So you were in the window and you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man.
Apollo, this is a good testimony that proves it wasn't Machi.
Indeed. If this turns out to be true, it would cast this case into a considerably different light. What is the defense opinion on this testimony?
It's pretty good or it's contradictory? I don't know why it's contradictory. So if the window is here, there's no much room for anyone. Since he was shot in through the shoulder, either because the victim didn't saw his assailant. He only saw he's been shot. So he's been shot to the back. And if he did, he would have blocked the window. That's what I think. But wait. Now that I look at it, it wasn't a straight shot. Because even if the bullet missed, the shooter would have been where the coat hanger is. Nah, I don't know how to contradict it, but there is a contradiction. But I cannot. I have no idea what to give them. Man, I'm gonna say there's a contradiction. Though it pains me to say this. There's something about the Miroir's testimony that rings false. Bravo, Airforehead. You're colder than I thought. I'm sure you remembered what the problem is as well as I do, Gavin. As has been established, no grown man could pass through that air vent. He couldn't have fled the scene of the crime.
But that means the Miroir has to be lying.
I know, and I know it's bad for our case, but I can't shut my eyes to this. Believe me, the idea was tempting. It is as Ed Forehead says. Yet this is not the only contradiction within our testimony. What next? What's he talking about? Le Miroir. I understand why you would want to protect Machi. Yet remember, you are the siren of the ballad, and lies do not become such a creature. Hey, you stole my line!
What does the prosecution mean?
Apollo, what's he talking about?
How come no one bats an eye when you say stuff like that? I recall the state of the crime scene quite well. The state of the room? Yes, and when the murder took place. That window was closed. Yes, it was. I find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it. Okay, the more I'm looking at the crime scene, that there are some angles I couldn't see. First of all, I didn't see that this hole was a window and not an air vent. Second of all, I couldn't see well that the window was actually closed. But third, that can prove that someone could have killed the victim from outside the crime scene. Because that window is big enough to put a hand, put a whole arm inside of the room, shoot, drop the gun, and leave. Or drop the gun as they try to take the arm off. So this is why I'd say pretty good, because think about if you're on tour with somebody you would recognize it. Yeah, pretty good. I mean, you've been working with him for 3 months, you would recognize his voice, especially if you're a singer with good ears. What? But I'm sure. Bangs the wall. La Miroir. I have nothing but the highest regard to your musical sense. But my opinion of you as a witness is somewhat lesser. Objection! But she's the only eyewitness we have! Objection! So you say. And the victim named her the Siren as the witness? That's right, that's what Mr. Latouche. We heard your claim, we even entertained the possibility, and it brought us to this. Herr Judge.
Yes?
The prosecution requests that the witness be excused. Please.
I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution request. There is indeed a question of the witness' credibility.
But if La Miroir can testify,
then we don't have a chance of proving March's innocence!
This cross-examination is over, Prosecutor Gavin. You may continue making your case.
Danke. Now, where were we? Chances are they probably slept in the same RV. They slept in the same RV. Ah, yes, I would like to hear from Fraulein Detective again. Objection! Wait, let me hear La Miroir's testimony one last time.
But the cross-examination is already over. Until such a time as a need arise, this witness may leave the stand.
La Miroir ... I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance. Clavier ... At last, back to the real trial. Ready, our forehead? I hope I didn't just miss my only chance. Fraulein Detective, how far are we gotten until we were so rudely interrupted? Don't ask me. I dislike saying the same thing twice. And I never repeat a song for an encore.
If you would, Miss Sky.
I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Latouche's killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling.
Yes, there was only one door in the room, and the witness, you, was standing in front of it.
That air vent isn't very big, see? Kind of limits the people who could possibly get through.
I certainly would have a difficult time.
You sure would. Not that you would have been there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved in the concert. The only one who meets the condition for our killer is the defendant. A virtuoso performance. I could have put it better myself. That's what tour buses are. They're basically like glorified RVs with big heavy cat diesel engines. Are the most of the time. Very seldom do you see anything smaller than that unless they're a little tiny band and they're only tour locally. Well, she's from another country, so I believe she took the plane. She probably rent a car, but I don't think they slept. I think a diva of her caliber would get a hotel room with different room.
She does state a clear case. Though reading the report, something caught my eye.
Oh, what's that?
The circumstances of the defendant's arrest.
The circumstances again.
Hey, that's right, Apollo. Remember when we found Machi? That was bizarre.
She's right. Why did Mr. Latus's body disappear from the room and end up on top of that stage tower? Holding a guitar, no less. A perceptive observation there, Judge.
Thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job long enough. You get a nose for things.
The judge sure seems pleased with himself.
Very good, Fräulein Detective. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer? The missing body. I believe Machi stole of the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match La Mirror's song. No one in this country has a motive to kill the victim. And Machi's practically left his signature at the scene. Wait. Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky. But the lyrics are in English. He speaks only Borginians. How could he have read those? Contradiction! All of this evidence clearly points to the defendant. La Mirror's song? Yes, the guitar serenade. You notice it's code too, did you not? It's code. All the events that day follows the lyrics to our song. First, the keys my heart held on so tightly were stolen. Cause sugar, sugar, all that night in your embrace, when you stole away the keys my heart held on to so tight. Pleasure, pleasure, but a fleeting memory, it wraps itself around me, and now through the air I fly. And this is what the part where the stage would lift, and she would disappear, and her veil would float into the air. And there was an accident on stage that wasn't part of the plan. Gavin's guitar was set on fire. Whoa, whoa, burning on in my heart, fire burned my love away, all away. And then there was the murder, like a bullet of love, fire take my life away, all away. To then brought them the body and Machi onto the stage, guitar, guitar, up together to the sky. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage. Mr. Latou's life was taken by a bullet. The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky.
That's mad! It's like a story out of some fairy tale.
I admit I'd forgotten about the song, but there it is now, waiting for me, the grand finale as it were.
Hey, you know I was the one who first noticed that.
I've heard of jumping rope to songs and counting to songs, but killing?
It's a wild world out there, Judge.
Very well. We've heard one song and dance. Let's get on to the next. The cross-examination.
I'm not so sure I'm going to be doing much singing. The missing body, cross-examination. I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics. Who would steal a body just to match some lyrics? I didn't believe it myself, but it can't just be a coincidence. It is as Fräulein Detective says. Let us begin with the first verse, if you would, Fräulein Detective.
What? You want me to sing it?
You are the witness, yeah? Or did you want me to sing? I warn you, my fee as vocalist is not trivial.
Fine, fine. Let's look at the first part of the lyrics, shall we? When you stole away the keys, my heart held on to so tight.
Indeed, my favorite heart-shaped keyring was stolen that morning.
Next, we go to the right page of the lyric sheet, where we find burning on my heart, fire burned my love away, all away. Now we see, as we know, the prosecutor's Gavin's guitar burst into flame. Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away, all away. Mr. Deuce's life was taken by a bullet.
Bravo, Fräulein Detective, your singing is not bad. Now, for the finale.
Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky.
As it says in the lyrics, Mr. Latouze was found with a guitar high in the sky over the stage. No series of coincidences could be so well conceived.
He's right, scientifically speaking.
What would Wookie have said? That concert was whack!
It's hard to argue when she pours her heart into it like that.
Anyway, the shooter moved the body to match Lamira's song.
Does the prosecution has any idea why we do all this?
You want my scientific opinion? No clue. But he clearly had a reason to go through all that trouble. So, some deep reason.
A deep reason? Not only did he steal my keys, he torched my guitar! Unforgivable act even if he had a reason, and thus if he had none!
The diva's complaints as eyes. I can't imagine someone doing this on just a whim.
Fräulein Detective, I take offense at that description!
Indeed, it doesn't seem too well rehearsed, shall we say?
Yes, this crime was planned for sure. No one in this country has a motive to kill the victim.
But Mr. Latouze spoke English. He may have come to this country before.
I looked into that, I assure you. Oh, it was his first time in the country, it seems. Apparently, he learned English on his own.
Great. You see, no one here has a motive to kill him, and certainly not in such an elaborate fashion.
It does seem difficult to imagine.
Unless our famous prosecutor did it as a publicity stunt.
What did you say?
Prosecutor Gavin, you did this to promote your song?
Of course not. I am quite dismayed by the ludicrous nature of her claim. Why would I need promotion? Everyone already listens to my music.
They're even in my textbook at school!
And I never heard of them. Why does that say about me?
I was just kidding. Don't get all worked up, clever boy. And Machi practically left his signature at the scene.
What do you mean by his signature?
The bullet holes in the wall, of course.
The bullet holes?
The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed and left a hole in the wall.
And that means what exactly?
That dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim in there. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would be difficult, almost impossible to miss at that range.
Difficult to miss, you say?
Very. Assuming the shooter could properly aim.
No! You can't be serious!
Machi! He can't see! That's why he missed!
It's the only explanation that makes sense. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. poorly.
That remind me, the monitor in that room was blaring at the time, yeah? Hardly ideal condition for tracking by sound.
A blind shooter? No wonder he missed.
I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Think, Justice, what do I do now? Raise an objection. Sure, there were bullet holes left in the wall, but that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see. Oh? How so? Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim,
That's certainly possible.
and it might have been the revolver's fault.
The revolver?
The revolver as was a very large caliber, correct?
If the shooter wasn't used to fire such a large weapon, why could dislocate their shoulder?
That's what I've been saying. Exactly. The defendant, Machi Tobai, is, as you can see, tiny. It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. The kickback alone would have thrown off his aim.
Dot 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 dot.
A convincing argument, to be sure.
Haha, take that, smug prosecution.
Apollo,
What?
that bit about Matchy being tiny and the gun throwing off his aim, aren't you kind of, admitting that he did it?
Oh. It does not matter why he missed. What matters is that the shooter was without a doubt the defendant. Even the defense seems to agree on that point. I was trapped! No! That was Gavin trapped. He got me. Oh no! This guy is good. Yark! Gripes, I really put my foot in it this time. But let's get the facts on the matter on the record. If you would, Fräulein Detective.
Very well, the witness would add this to her testimony.
Right. From the state of the crime scene, I conclude the shooter was blind. Hold it! You can't say he was blind just because of those bullet holes in the wall. I think I've proven that. I wouldn't call it proof per se. Huh? You've merely raised a possibility. Fräulein Detective has made the most logical conjecture based upon the evidence. Of course, there is more evidence than just bullet holes. The defendant was the only one who could have escaped through the air vent. But wait, if he was blind, how would he know about the air vent in the first place? A very good point. Well, Fräulein Detective, if you would care to explain. He certainly seems sure himself. Recall the crime scene if you would. Oh, there's a stepladder right below the air vent. Oh. There was a stepladder below the air vent. As it happens, maintenance was scheduled for that day. Custodial staff went around checking all the air vents. I don't believe it. Everyone backstage was told about maintenance, including Machi Tobai. You would have known that there would be a way out at the top of that stepladder. But that's... Why is this the first time I'm hearing about this? You could have figured it out for yourself. You only needed to consider what that stepladder was doing there.
Looks like the defense objection has been squished by a stepladder.
Well, a forehead? Out of ammunition, perhaps?
I've never seen Prosecutor Gavin so aggressive. Maybe he's got the scent of blood.
Apollo, don't you have something? Anything? You know what we need? We need something to prove the killer could see. That'll put him in his place.
Proving the shooter was sighted would do it. That would take down one of their central points. Do we have any evidence that can prove that though? Let me check. Prove that he was sighted. Prove that he was sighted. Yes! The diagram. The place is cluttered. There's no clean way. You would have stumbled to get to access the... Yes, get this, Alex, get this. The access to the step ladder is not accessible to the visually impaired. There's too many things in front of him. He could have filled his way through, but he would have been spotted if he took his time. We would have caught him red-handed if he was the killer. Alright, I'm gonna try the diagram. I've got just the thing. Fine, I accept the prosecution's challenge, as I know you would have, forehead. What exactly am I up against here? The prosecution is saying the shooter missed because he or she couldn't see. Therefore, Marchi, who's blind, did it.
The defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claim that the shooter couldn't see.
Alright, go with the diagram. That doesn't look good.
I'm not sure that overturns anything, Mr. Justice.
Oh, come on, that was so cool. Oh, wrong evidence, I'm guessing. Apparently both love and justice are blind. Ouch. I have to think. There must be something, anything.
This doesn't look so good, does it, Apollo?
No, it doesn't. What do we do? First, we don't panic. Even though Machi's case is leaking water by the gallon, Gavin's on a roll and it's up to me to stop him. Alright. Let me check again. Okay, I'm gonna go back with my first assumption that the lyrics are written in English, not in Braille, and he doesn't understand English at all, because it's Borginian. Alright, I'm gonna try. Fine, I accept the prosecution challenge. This one time there was one in the house I didn't know and I smashed right into it even though I know it's supposed to be there. Yeah! Yeah. The prosecution is saying that the shooter missed because he or she can see, therefore Marchi was why he did it. Alright, but alright. Ah, same thing? Oh, come on! I'm pretty sure I'm overthinking it. Alright, what else do I have? The gun? He was shot in the shoulder. He was too small to get that because he was so big. Okay, I'm gonna try that. Because I haven't used the... I haven't used a crime photo before, I'm gonna use it now. Yes! This is that evidence!
The photograph of the crime scene?
I don't care much for the smirk on prosecutor Gavin's face, but this is no time to think twice. Time to press on! Yes, Your Honor, the crime scene. There is something in there that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point. Then perhaps your best show us this something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, yeah?
Very well. Show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. The contradiction at the scene of the crime is...
The location of the wound? I think this is it. Look! The contradiction's right here, plain as day. Uh-oh.
Your fingers as a force of weight. That I'm afraid your argument lacks, Mr. Justice. I see nothing!
Ah, what time to mess up. I believe all he has added to understanding of this photo is its fingerprint. I would hope you would refrain from soiling the evidence, forehead.
Perhaps Mr. Justice would care to try again? Contradiction at the scene of the crime is...
There was something written in blood that was wiped? Okay, I'm gonna present that. The contradiction is right here.
The smear of bloodstains?
I thought it was just my blurry vision, but it really was blurry. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head, much like a gesture I've seen many times in this court.
It's almost as if he wrote something.
Aha! I get it, at least. I think I get it.
Got what, Fraulein?
When Mr. Letus was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write but the shooter's name? And what would he write it with it but his own blood? Pretty good, huh?
Oh my god, this is even more bullshit than we thought. First shot, he missed. But apparently... Oh... Okay. Now... Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Thanks for making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that's what I think happened here.
That does seem to be a distinct possibility.
The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion.
Drat! I just wish it wasn't all rubbed up like that.
Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer...
You would have seen this off. Like the killer shot the victim, but then the victim wrote the killer's blood, and then it was smeared. So this is the only proof that the killer was seeing, because the blind wouldn't notice that he was writing on the floor with his blood. That's stupid. Anyway, I just hate this trope at this point. Oh, the victim wrote the killer's name with his blood. Like,
Of course it's rubbed out. If I were a killer, I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind.
neither would I. ... No one has anything else to say?
About what?
So the prosecution accept this. You agree this was the victims making an attempt to record the name of the killer? And that the killer tried to rub the name out? What's your point? What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name?
Well, Mr. Letus was writing something in blood. Once the killer saw what it was...
Wait. Now!
Once he saw what it was?
But what did you just testify about the shooter?
I said they were blind.
Ah! Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant, Match-Tobai, is blind. He couldn't have been the shooter. Impossible!
Rubber. Order! Prosecuting Abbott, please explain to me what all this means. I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see. Yet up until now,
It seems that I owe the court an apology. The governors are a band with law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred. During our concert, apparently this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner. I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here.
Hey, Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't and he's about to tell us.
I've got an idea. Let's rock! With these documents. But before that, I have a question for the Fräulein detective, if I may.
What?
Tell me, why do you think that Machitobai is blind? What did he say?
What are you saying? Of course he's blind.
Of course.
He's the blind pianist, right? So he's...
Doesn't the mirror lead him around by the hand all the time? No way! I have a report here on the defendant, Machitobai. According to this, Machitobai, wait for it, can see perfectly well. Tan tan tan! What? His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borginians. I'm shaking my fist at you, Borginia! That's not cool. Pretending to be blind, that's not cool. He can see quite well. But you said... What did I say exactly? Her forehead, not once in the course of this trial have I claimed the defendant was blind. The only one who did was Fräulein detective. But that's a significant fact, yes. Consider Machitobai sees. And he was the only one who could have fled through the air vent. I see no problems with this.
What about the bullet holes in the wall?
Yes, the bullet holes. I believe her forehead neatly explained those for us. Ah! He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was the kickback from the .45 caliber revolver. A simple accident, in other words. Ah! How's that? I'm afraid your objection has flown off for brighter skies. This is where the real fun begins, our forehead. Yeah! Alright, this is me laughing, sorry. I knew you didn't have what it took.
You jerk! Just what was I in here for? Comic relief? Yeah! Apologize!
Oh, sorry.
That's no way to apologize!
He's angered the Trucy now. Look out!
if we can please end the bickering. Now!
Whatever, I'm not leaving.
I can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solving this case if it kills me.
But your testimony has already given enough to convince the defendant.
Don't say that. What?
This bloodstain. The criminal tried to wipe it off, right?
That seems to be what happened, yes?
We might be able to find out what was really written here.
Really? You can do that?
That's right.
With this, the luminol!
It's called luminol. Maybe you know of it. It's a chemical that reacts to blood.
Ah, yes. Have we done those tests yet?
As if I'm going to tell you.
The blood stains covered other sections of the carpet. In order to perform blood tests, that section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in court now?
Right. Go for it, Apollo.
Huh? I have to do the test?
You just have to spray the luminol on it. Simple.
A chemical that reacts to blood. I've heard of this somewhere.
Yes, I believe analysis is called for. Have at it.
Alright, we're gonna play CSI.
Right? Ready. It's easy as pie. Just touch the screen to spray an area. Here, give it a try.
The eyes of the entire court are focused on me.
Apollo, your hand is shaking.
Let's do this.
This is Borginian.
Kripkis 4206. IPYX 314206. IPXX. It really works.
This must be the power of science.
It says IPXX 314206. Is that the killer's name?
Maybe it is. If the killer was a robot,
I have it. So what is it? I thought those letter IPXX looks familiar. This is an Interpol ID number.
Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency?
Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why would he write that number?
Why would Mr. Tooth even know a number like that?
Good show, Fräulein Detective. Rock on. Eh? Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Darian, are you there? Come up to the witness stand. Darian, you've heard what we need. Go check into this Interpol ID number.
sure thing. Give me 30 minutes. No, give me 27.
Go back.
I'm not sure what to think of all this. The prosecution case is airtight, and so it seems. Yet, if this number is really that of an Interpol agent,
Oh, wait, I know. What if Machito Bai is really an undercover Interpol agent?
That would be a possibility.
a possibility, yes. And one that would mark him as the killer for certain.
Why did Latouche know an Interpol ID number? Okay, that was a left turn I didn't expect at all. Like, I mean, at all. I thought it was kind of weird because why would they leave him by himself with the testimony of the sirens going on? And I generally hate people that fake the disabilities. Yeah.
That's what I want to know.
Well, we have some times while we await Darian's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? A curious mystery concerning Machito Bai. What are you talking about? Fräulein Detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could in fact see just before the trial began. It seems too much of a bother to tell you.
You had me until that last bit.
Does this not raise a rather straightforward question?
Well, sure. Why did Machi pretend he couldn't see?
Exactly, it makes little sense. What do you think, Air Forehead? Huh? Me? Machito Bai pretended he was blind. Do you know why?
How could he know?
Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he?
He's known from the start of this trial. He's been leading us on the whole time. Something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all kind of game? No, that the moment I heard that report, I knew why.
I suppose people who have sold over 1 million records easily are something else.
What does that have to do with anything? There was a reason why Machito Bai pretended to be blind, but it wasn't for his own sake. Getting the picture now?
It wasn't for himself?
Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that show why the defendant had to feign blindness?
Oh, he did it for La Miroir. Alright, that would be the postcard. Machi had no reason he pretended he could see, which means no, it couldn't be. Good show, Forehead. It seems you've thought of something. Why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take my cues from this guys. Very well, look at this. This is why he was pretending he couldn't see. Postcard.
That is La Miroir?
La Miroir and Machi Tobai. Recall their relationship. In particular, their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country. La Miroir and her pianist. They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never let him go.
All times?
Yet, we have just learned something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed. Machi could see. Why did they have to keep up this act the whole time?
Well, wasn't it part of their performance?
I think there's a simpler explanation. Machi did not need to be led by the hand at all. That can only mean one thing. Ah! Really? Really, it was all the other way around! La Miroir is blind? The one who needed to be led by the hand was La Miroir!
What's this? So you mean to say that La Miroir she's...
Yes, Your Honor. La Miroir is blind. What?
Order! Order! This is crazy! Prosecutor Gavin!
But that means that even then our whole testimony was bullshit. Yeah, that doesn't make sense at all.
This is crazy! Prosecutor Gavin!
Is it now?
Please shed some sanity on this madness! The defense has made an outrageous claim!
The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast forehead. Yet I see it is not vast in vain this time. He is quite correct.
But that makes no sense!
Yeah! Wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something? Well, since we have her here, why not ask La Miroir herself? I believe she is still in the witness waiting room.
Apollo, what does this mean to our case?
Don't ask me. I have no idea she couldn't see. I hadn't even imagined it until now.
Bailiff! Bringing La Miroir!
La Miroir, it pains me deeply to call you before us again in this way. And yet I must.
Please, do not be concerned on my behalf. Those eyes. She really can't see? Really? It is true. How funny is it that a tiny lie born in the Borginian countryside would one day grow to entangle the entire world?
So you are?
Yes, as I mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became La Miroir. Know, too, that my memory is being in darkness. The word light has no meaning for La Miroir.
I see!
You may have called me saying something toward the beginning of this trial, Forehead. Was that? I believe I said it was unfortunate this crime had no direct witnesses. Ah! Now, La Miroir, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes?
Of course. It was never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor?
Yes, of course. Though I admit I'm a little lost here.
I think we're all a bit lost here, Your Honor. La Miroir's eyes. Witness testimony. I have no memory of the light. I debuted in the world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others. Ouch. Ouch.
But this is a murder trial.
I apologize, it was part of my contract, you see. I was to keep my blindness a secret no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would. She told us the truth in the beginning, when she said she saw nothing.
Very well. Does the defense have anything to add?
I'd like to cross-examine. But what is there left to ask? There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me. Perhaps it's best we let to get it out of your system. Someday you'll come out to understand the importance of thinking for yourself.
Very well, the defense may proceed. However, be aware this court will not tolerate any question deemed too stressful to the witness.
Okay. There was only one part that bothered me. Just let me ask about that and I'll be happy. Okay. I'm gonna see her just to be sure. So, you don't know why you went blind?
I do not. I may have been born this way, in fact.
It's fruitless to attempt to pry into her past. And I might add, it's a delicate subject.
I'm not sure we can reasonably expect Mr. Justice to do anything delicately.
Hey, why I oughta.
Take a deep breath. Calm down.
What am I now is all that I have. It is enough, I think. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. Weren't you nervous to hit the stage in your condition?
No, not at all, surprisingly. It felt natural, singing in front of everyone.
It's not something just anyone can do.
She has talent, that much is quite clear. You might even say she is beloved by the gods of music.
Even without light, I live perfectly happy in my world of sound. If that is a talent, as you say, then I thank the gods responsible.
What about your PR motto?
My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this.
That's the way it felt when you performed? Nice. Perhaps your music reminded him of the Borgian scenery?
No, it was quite the opposite.
The opposite?
According to my producer, my music has a certain global quality.
Global?
Multicultural, if you will. Hard to pin to one region. When people listen to it, they picture the country closest to their hearts. Which is why my music has reached so many. What a lovely story!
It sounds like this producer might have known what he was doing after all.
My songs are nothing more than a white canvas. To me, the real landscape painters are the listeners. When I think of that, I do not mind how I am represented to the world so much. Yet one thing quickly led to another. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see.
Was that to protect your image as the landscape painter in sound?
That does not matter so much to me, really. But the label is quite concerned about it, I think.
A landscape painter who can't see. That's like a pianist who can't play, huh?
I'm not sure you can compare your father to La Miroir.
The world of commercial music is filled with these little white lies. Nothing is sacred when it comes to publicity.
Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others. When you say your staff, do you include Monsieur Latouche? Of course, he was my manager. So he knew. And that's what's been bugging me.
Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
I believe I know what is bothering our young defense attorney. You are thinking of when you discovered the body, yes? Is he right, Apollo? Yes, I was.
Yeah.
He's alive! Mr. Latouche, can you hear me?
Cold. So cold. Witness.
You're cold? Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help is on the way.
Can't see.
The witness can't see. That was when he said can't see, he was not talking about himself because he was about to die. He says the witness can't see. I ain't there, Mr. Latouche. Tell me what's the witness. The witness is Siren. When Mr. Latouche told me to ask the witness and he named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind. I don't know. Tisk. What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself. Meaning what? There is no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more.
The witness, Siren? We've heard them many times, along with the little play acting by our defense.
I remember that well myself, but that statement is not to what I refer. I mean, what he said before that. Before? What came before that? Ah, witness can't see! That's right. He tried to tell you when he said can't see, he wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about the witness.
I see!
Too bad the defense did not. Well, forehead, try relaxing and looking at the facts first next time. Ah!
Order!
Recall our memoir's earlier testimony. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it.
But she couldn't have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that.
That is not the most important point here. The moment he was shot, Mr. Latouche witnessed her through that window. Why else would he have named her as the witness? That's true. But I really did hear them. 2 gunshots and the man's voice. Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. We have already run a simulation, of course. But it was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know it in an instant.
Your Honor!
That's the bailiff.
What is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in a session here?
We have the results back from the investigation.
The investigation?
Ah, the Interpol number that Monsieur Latouche left us.
Well, let's hear it. We will continue this question examination afterward. Detective Crescent, your report, please.
Ask Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find the answer intriguing. Quick work as always, Darian.
Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent?
IPXX 314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latouche.
What?
Our undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Latouche himself. He was apparently in the middle of an operation.
So, when he wrote those letters,
he was trying to tell us his own identity. And a caution killer tried to wipe them away.
Mr. Latouche was an undercover Interpol agent, so him being the Noir's manager was just a
cover, most likely.
There's one other important detail I found.
Well, out with it.
It concerns that .45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently it belonged to Romain Latouche. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms.
Oh, okay.
And the registration number of the revolver matched.
So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. It's hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. So the victim was an Interpol agent on an undercover op. I wonder how that ties into everything.
It's got to be tied somehow, you think?
Yeah, somehow.
Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help.
Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be in and out.
Hold it! Wait!
Lamiroir, is something the matter?
That voice just now! Darian? Mr. Darian, is it? It was him! I am sure of it!
It was him?
You aren't saying... That voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouche! When I heard the gunshot fired, it was him! It was Mr. Darian! Is this some kind of a joke? What?
No way!
The courtroom fell into such a chaotic state the trial had to be suspended temporarily. I would never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Lamiroir fingering Darian Crescent. Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Could it really have been his voice Lamiroir heard? Things were changing fast and frankly I wasn't sure I could keep up with it.
Hey, no whipping up now, Apollo!
To be continued!
Do you want to save?
Yes, I do want to save, and I must say, it's getting late. And I hate to leave it at this point of the game, but it's a good point to leave. Right now I'm a bit tired. My voice is almost killing me. And yeah.